take it all night. Show ya. Show me the call you when you turn me on. Cool way you telling me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. Said I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, you she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden cuppa, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gonna me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the call when you turn me on. Cool way you telling me you want me down.
Show me how you jigger.
Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you lick it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the call you when you turn me on. Cool way you telling me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. Said I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, you she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden cuppa, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gonna me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock pushing me to call you when you're turning me on. The way you telling me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like on money. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tight.
There's no shortcut, no cheat code. All you got is you and the grind. And the whole army of randoms trying to stop you. Trying to be better than you. Trying to piss in your prize pool. And they can try all day, you go all night. Make every click count. Delete them all. Cause when you dedicate your life to this, it's more than winning. It's everything. Prime for glory.
And welcome everyone once again to a lovely day of Counter-Strike. We are here with Leagues GG, their Danish league. Ali's here today, kicking things off with week number 1. We have 4 matches rounded out for you here today, which I'm very, very excited to bring to you. My name is Orbital. With me it's Time to Light, of course, with a fantastic background this time around. Time to Light, how you feeling?
I'm feeling like Danish CSGO is the peak of Counter-Strike. That's all I have to say. So I'm glad when I was brought on for Danish CS. I know we saw a lot of it last season, and I'm hoping to continue with it. Unfortunately, we will not get the champions for today, so we'll have to wait until a further week for them. But we have some bangers of matchups for them today.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very fun. Of course, kicking things off will be SOA versus Atlantic, which will be a little fun matchup. SOA returning this time around again, a mainstay in the League GG scene. Second up at about 1900 will be Seamed Esports versus Tricked, which Tricked, of course, we all know and love, have a pretty big fan base behind them as well, and that one's always fun to watch. Third match of the day will be Los Reyes versus Sarah NB Group, I believe, and that'll be super, super fun to take a look at as well. And rounding things out will be Obliviate versus Tricked. Tricked pulling a doubleheader today.
Yeah, I don't envy Tricked whatsoever. They're gonna have some games to play, but they've looked good throughout last season. They're going to look good throughout this season. I have no doubt about it. They're a strong team. Today is their time to show it. Now, Orbital, I always love to start off with predictions. I'm always awful at them, and I will concede that. But we saw, I'm gonna say we saw a little bit of SOA last season. Not as much as we would have liked. I mean, we didn't get to see everybody all the time, unfortunately. But after seeing SOA, I feel like they're a little bit of a better team, just for the fact that I've seen them and not their opponents. Do you have any stipulations or predictions going into our first map of Vertigo?
Ooh, you can't give me that either. I mean, my predictions are just as bad, I think. And that, you know what? I hate that I swung it over to you and then you swung it right back. But I will give benefit to Atlantic. You know, I love the fact that we get kind of new teams almost every year or every season of League GG, and that brings with me a lot of hope that we get to see even more Counter Strike that breaks the norm sometimes as well. But I do have to agree, SOA last time we saw them, I think had a pretty steady foundation, and if they have expanded on that foundation, they should have a fantastic time here. Flipping the script back to you this time, it is on Vertigo. So, I mean, is there a side of the map that you would favor here, or one that you would prefer to start on if you were playing?
At this level of Counter-Strike, you're almost always favoring the CT side. It really relies on both your defaults and your utility placement. If you can get a strong start to a map, whether you're on either side, you're going to have a little bit more of an advantage, but it looks like we're heading straight into the game. So Vertigo is on the cards. I'm thinking CT side's favored here, but it can go either way. Here's our knife round, so this is more of an inconsequential one to say the least, but this will decide your side for the game.
Yep, and Spirit of Amigos, I believe. It's going to be very, very fun to see. Of course, knife rounds in these best of ones are always kind of fun to watch. It's, you know, the silliness of what they are going to try and do and how they want to play things out. But Vertigo is always one that I have to agree, the CT side is a little bit favored. However, we have seen some T-sided tech that people like to try and do. My favorite is always watching, you know, the B stairwell rushes and seeing players try and get through kind of that fortress of a defense.
Yep. It turns out our knife round actually already happened. Atlantic, I do believe, has chosen this CT side, so we will not see that happen. But honestly, I'm happy to just see a knife round early, and it looks like the Spirit of Amiga squad is running up this A side. In they go. Typos can't see a dang thing. Neither can he keep, but it doesn't matter. Mingo doubles up. Pipes pushes through, and will find Mingo, but not the kill onto them. It's Clint in a 1 versus 2 in Orbital. It's so challenging, especially up against this very concrete Atlantic side.
Yeah. Fantastic defense so far, and just waiting to see what the end brings in store. And again, the pistols can be kind of flip-floppy, and that's kind of the norm. The question is how well can you retain those rounds, right? You want to see how well they can retain through, and if you can get the following rounds, that's kind of the reception that you're hoping for. A couple shots still left to try and finish off Clint, who has sidled up right here, right outside where the bomb is. So praying for a couple more deeks of the head. More peeks out. So far it's actually doing okay. Nope, can't find any more. So that'll be Atlantic's win to kick things off with 2 alive. So, you know, round 1 going their way and hopefully a little bit more.
They're looking for more. Here is your conversion round, and this is a round that you almost always have to win, especially when your opponents don't buy up that much. You can see SOA opting not to do anything, to be honest with you. You can see a Deagle, 4 Glocks, as a matter of fact. So not much thrown into this round, and you can't really blame the SOA side. No bomb plant and very few kills, to be all fair. It's not much money coming into this, so it should be an Atlantic round, but if Counter-Strike's taught me anything, especially with leagues, you never really know. I just saw a run boost across, and Lindoff just died because of it. Oh my gosh.
The rushes are so good. They're so much fun to watch, and of course, this one is a little bit more expected here. SOA getting sprayed down here along that side, and should be a clean one. Yes, it is. Worst damage that went through was on a Mackin, who ate about 46 damage.
Yeah, not much to write home about. Here is your bonus round. Your 3rd round bonus is what you're going to see most of the time. We saw it on Monday in the Swedish League. We'll see it again and again here, where if you win pistol and you win your conversion round, then you're looking at a bonus. They're trying to save some money. Lintov can't see a dang thing. Another flashbang. And look how blind he is. That is some team play right there. They keep playing off the flashes perfectly, and that's what you need to start off a bonus round.
Yeah. That's actually really, really big because it happens so early. It means they get the weapons hot. I believe an AK was picked up by Equip, and that's going to help out. So all of a sudden, Atlantic, not only did they get into the bonus round a good standing, but they're winning it as well. Normally, you do see weapons hot for the other side, and SOA were looking like they had an opportunity, but Atlantic caught them napping and are now putting themselves at a 4-2-man advantage. Atlantic just need to hold out for another minute and just kind of wait for SOA to walk into them.
Yeah, Clint is just trying to find a fight that is not there. Hype's behind, watching the flank. There's going to be a Molotov onto the orange boxes. That's a well-thrown one. It'll force out that orange player, but no, it goes too far. It goes towards that CT side. Shots coming through. Equip still sitting here. Hansi dies. That's an issue, but the Molotov will force them out of sight for just a little bit longer. Equip still trying to lock down this angle on the far side towards short. That smoke will allow them to plant if they can get in quick enough. And Equip just needs to peek over, needs to find a fight. And honestly, you have to get aggressive here on the CT side. You do not have the weaponry, but you do have the manpower. 1 versus 3 for Clint. He needs to move out of that smoke, and it does not matter. Mackin will get the kill, and Atlantic will get 3 in a row.
Not just 3 in a row, right? This bonus round, and the reason we call it a bonus round is because you do get a save, right? The main reason that you have a bonus round is the other team is going to have a much heavier set of weapons. We saw the rifles coming out. Pretty much all 5 had AKs. That's what Spirit of Amigos was working with. However, for Atlantic, the main thing is you try and get a couple kills, maybe pick up an AK or 2, and, you know, just don't have to use your money. Instead, Atlantic were actually able to win. Rounding out 3 in a row is not the standard, and even here, it's looking like Atlantic want to put 4 in a row and more. Here in the early stages, this B push is not working at all.
Nah, it's been shut down. Zux and Lind really stuck. Zux with 2 health and a Mac 10 in hand. A well-placed sneeze in their general direction, honestly, is all that it will take. And Lintoft is 72 health, but, I mean, it's still a Mac 10. There's an opener. Zux actually wins a gunfight. A Mac 10 from distance. Again, I'm sorry? Zux, you're not supposed to be able to win these. How? What?
2 HP in a dream. 2 HP in a dream. Now finally finish off, but I think Zux got plenty of a utility and plenty of an advantage out of that. That was not expected. And now Lintoff is doing the same. 1D's Equip out of the back. Hansi says, all right, screw that. We're taking the op to run. Still, though, heavy damage from Spirit of Amiga. Fantastic play from them to convert on 3 and, you know, make it a much heavier win for Atlantic.
Yeah, that was not cheap by any means. The money's hurt just a little bit. I mean, in all fairness, it was massive beforehand, but it could be much better, I'm going to say. Lind is stuck in this position. The Molotov behind them will make their life just a little bit more difficult. But you can see Hansi getting aggressive. Clint is like, this nade, that may do it. Does it? No. Clint down to 11. It does hit just for a little bit. Hypes is forced out into the open, and away goes that push. You can see Murphy's Law pushing it into effect as, well, the op will be dropped over to the low HP player. You have to do that. Anybody, or anytime anybody is that 1-hit potential, you need to make sure anybody they face is in that same situation. But look, it doesn't matter. Clint is shot through a one-way, and oh no, Rise as well. Lintoff will fall. The Spirit of Amiga is, I'm not going to say in high spirits right now.
No, in essence, they are spirits. There are 3 spirits currently rounding around Virgo here because Atlantic have their number. Honestly, for a first game we've seen here at League GG for them, they are playing a phenomenal first game here. Mac hiding on the edge. Hypes had a great op shot, but a follow through on that flashbang is going to cause it to be a little bit of a problem. Last member stand trying to take out more, and a shot through pillar is going to drop Equip down to about 30, but, you know, not death, so it's still going to be returned. Atlantic put 5 in a row on the board. So far, this opening half looked for them.
Yeah, for everybody wondering what the heck I was talking about with Murphy's Law, it's called Bogdan's Law. I was getting those 2 mixed up. Don't mind me. Basically, you drop the op to the low HP player, make sure that any time they're in a fight, they have a slight advantage with that one-shot potential, because, you know, the op is kind of nuts. But it's pistol rush here for Spirit of Amiga. In they will go. Somebody just jumped up and over them. But Clint is just looking to push in. Hansi gets the opener and a second as well. The op reigning true, and I don't think this push is going to matter. Hansi with yet a third, and well, Equip just to shut things out. Hansi will in the end fall, but I'm sorry, Lintoff somehow hits that shot. This is nuts from Spirit of Amiga. It's not going to matter though. In the end, they will fall, and Atlantic will put 6 on the board. SOA need a round.
Yeah, that is I mean, that was the eco round, right? Spirit of Amiga were slated to lose that one, but not getting anyone at all is the rough part here. So, waiting to see what happens. They are going all the way out. I like this call. Hypes does have the op, and they're going to try it once again. With weapons hot, they might have a better shot. They need an opener, though. They need to find a pick, someone kick things off.
Yeah, with 6 in a row, that means your money is pretty good, especially with the fact they've been keeping players alive. Mingo getting the opener on Zux, that's not the opener you're looking for. SOA falling apart at the seams. Somebody needs to go take a stitching class. That's all I have to say. Typos looking around, and somehow Lin dies to that. You're not even aware of the angle, and you still win. Fight. Typos is absolutely insane. And Equip is still looking for a fight here. Gets the damage, won't get the kill, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. Not a single player on Atlantic has taken more than 60 damage. That only person is Mingo. Everybody on SOA is forgetting how to play Counter-Strike.
Yeah. And there, I feel there's a little bit of a difference. I think Atlantic just have number, right? This squad kind of coming out here feels like they are more experienced, even though maybe not here in League G. They seem to have everything down pat. They seem to have their basics down, their angles held, and their aim is steady and true. It doesn't really feel like Spirit of Amiga are just dropping the ball. It feels like Atlantic just ripped it right out of their hands.
Rottengard looking to push forward. Molotov will go over top, but 7 HP is not a very good look. Typos has to position, but I don't think it's going to matter that much. In comes this push, and you could see they have to get something. Rotten falls, and this is over. Hypes at a 1 versus 5. Up in hand, peeks around the backside, and in the end will fall. Spirit of Amiga drops 7 in a row, and Atlantic are looking good.
Yeah. It's looking so far like an Atlantic game in general. I wouldn't be surprised to see double-digit round wins here because, again, you're looking like the hero rifle buys are not going to be enough. Spirit of Amiga running 2 AKs and then some Ds on the back end. That's still going to hemorrhage them quite a bit, even with the lost bonus. And Atlantic should have a decent time. However, Zux has something else to say. He is able to finally find an opening, gets 2 this time around.
This is the opening that SOA are looking for. I gotta question what the heck just happened to Atlantic. They had everything in their hands, and now they've just dropped 2 opening frags. It's a forced up buy here for the Spirit of Amiga. I honestly think it was more of a hero rifles and try and do whatever you can. Clint will pick up that rifle. Zux traded over to the Deagle as they are already low. But a 3 versus 4 is not the end of the world. Atlantic still have the weapon advantage. It's still 3 rifles to 2 along with 2 Deagles accompanying them. So they're not out of the round just yet, nor are Spirit of Amiga. This is just up to winning gunfights.
Yeah. I mean, I still favor Atlantic. They've been on point. Maybe just find a single angle. Every sight that Spirit of Amiga have tried has been difficult. Equip hiding off in the corner has an opportunity here.
Hypes pushing forward. Oh, Equip gets the opener, and it's basically right then. There's the push. It is the 3 versus 3, and the op has been picked up for Hypes. In comes this push. They're going back around. I don't know if they're aware of this. Look down for the op. You may just get a kill. Ooh. No, Hypes gets the kill, and in comes the push. Typos with the refrag kick at the second. It's back in a 1 versus 2. Needs to find some frag. Gets 1. Looks for the second. Ooh. Needs to reposition. Needs to get the frag. Mackin 1 versus 1. Doesn't win it. Spirit of Amiga put a round on the board.
You know what? You dropped 7, but you got 1, and that's plenty. That's all you could ask for here. Spirit of Amiga feeling good after that round win. You led with 1 person up, but it's a start, right? You have won a round now. Just keep repeating that. 2 more rounds total because Atlantic has so much in the bank. Spirit of Amiga gonna try this chase here in mid. I'm gonna possibly rotate over into A or B. Great options to have, but they need to get those kills down first.
Hypes, you can see, just locking down mid. This is good control here for Spirit of Amiga. It's exactly what they need, but Atlantic still have a decent bit of control. They're not allowing this SOA side anywhere out of this position. Nice flash in that will blind 1. Clint does avoid it properly. Looking for a frag, does not get it. Will only find the grave. Typo's pushing through, and that smoke advantage plays into perfection. Another frag goes the way of Atlantic, but they've lost the sight for it. Typos picks up that AK, but they still need to take this B side. Zux plays the angle and gets the kill into Equip. And Orbital, this looks like an SOA round, but they need to continue to push.
Yeah, they are working on a little bit of low time, but Zux is feeling great. And with the bomb going down, it's now all on Atlantic. You wanted them to push, and they made it happen, but Mingo turns it right back around and annihilates to possibly in a collateral. And Zux is now spotted out. That's going to be the kill. Typos finishes it out, and just as quickly as Spirit of Amiga's had it, Atlantic rips it right back.
Mingo with the flank, through mid, down the ladder, and are up through the B ramp. That's all it really takes. The stairway to hell for the Spirit of Amiga. And that's gotta hurt. You had sight, you had the plant, you had everything in your favor. You even had the manpower. Yet, just 2 frags and a couple missteps later, Atlantic pick up yet another round. And Spirit of Amiga, they're not broke, but I'm not gonna say they're made of money either. It's a forced up buy yet again. They do have an op, and they actually do have an opening frag, but it's gonna cost them their life just the same.
Yeah, it's cooked to perfection. Atlantic landing that utility and then a follow-through kill on the back end means that the stall out is good. Spirit of Amiga, honestly, both sides have looked pretty rough, but the time that they did win, I think, was a little bit of a quick push through a ramp. And that's what surprised us, right? Seeing a push from a ramp is very difficult to pull off. Specifically because of this, you can peek and hide so often. You don't have to worry at all. So Spirit of Amiga go back and say, listen, this was our better option. Now, though, that door is closed off as Atlantic call that number.
Oh, and Mingo even peeks around as well. Mingo, pick up the op. I mean, I guess Hansi is, like, made of money. I again, feel like this is the Swiss Prime League instead of the Danish Prime League, but Atlantic looking at double digits in a minute and 55 seconds if Spirit of Amiga don't pick up something. And, well, the only thing they've picked up in this round are an SMG and a bunch of pistols. In comes this push, though, in through mid. 1 will fall. Typo's looking for 2 as well. That's what they will get, but only 2. Equip from the back line, though, with 2 more of their own. And I'm the betting man here, Daniel, but I think this one's over.
Yeah, the bet's already completed before we even are able to finish that round. And, I mean, it's Atlantic. Atlantic feeling great. And Mackin, I believe, is actually a returning player. I recognize that name, and I recognize the play, right? Following, I don't remember which team they were on, unfortunately, but coming back here, I love the resurgence as well. So some old blood with some new, or just players that have been around the scene for quite some time now entering the League GG scene. They're making waves, right? This is now, Atlantic have officially put themselves up as that priority team to watch.
And they're looking good doing it. Hansi does get 1. Needs to get a second. No, Equip from the side with that refrag and allowing their teammate to get out. Look at this push come through. Nice flash over. Equip is allowed to peek, but will not get a frag off of it. Hansi needs to move. Will do just that and will fall because of it, but not before they get a kill themselves. And, well, Zux, in the end, will fall just the same. Atlantic on to 11 rounds in the first half. Orbital, I don't think this is looking too good for Spirit of Amiga.
No, and I think they're actually caught up in Atlantic's pacing, right? These rounds, they've escalated from Spirit of Amiga calling the shots at a slow tempo to it feels like Spirit of Amiga's rushing every push that they have, right? And that's something that has to be said. Atlantic have actually tagged Spirit of Amiga and forced them into their own tempo push, which is giving credence to Atlantic. They're able to win these gunfights because they're faster on the trigger. However, Spirit of Amiga may have found the opening, a great push in A ramp. Deja vu all over again. This is how they won their only round of the game so far. Are they going to be able to pull it off again?
Well, thus far they're looking pretty poised to do it. Mackin pushing through, looking to get some retake ability, and it just will not happen. Zux will shut it down. Spirit of Amiga onto 2 rounds, so it's going to be an okay half. I mean, 13-2 is not the end of the world. There is the 13-2 curse, if anybody seems and, well, has seen that one before, but I don't think it's going to be this bad because Atlantic still looking strong and still with money in the bank.
Yeah, they're not hurting at all. Every time that they've dropped a round, they have full bot up and come out even heavier. And this time again, the molly, I think, was launched out. You can see the damage already going down and a phenomenal flip on that first kill to kick things off.
There's the start, but look at the trade back the other way. How can they let this happen? You can see it's really just this side on the CT side, winning the gunfights they need to. In comes the push, but that flash will push off the peak for the time being. Nice flank through though, and there's the shots. It doesn't matter. Atlantic pick up another round. The 1 versus 4 just was not meant to be, and Atlantic are picking it up.
Yeah, I believe that's now 12 for the squad, 2 for SOA, and we're looking for a chance at a third. That's all that they can hope for. SOA gonna try their best here. And with weapons hot, at least it's not running into this with pistols only. At least they do have weapons. That's always nice to have.
I mean, weapons are a good start. Spirit of Amiga. I mean, you got for AKs and a Tech 9. Lintoff can just see somebody, but Hansi gets a kill nonetheless. A second as well. Mackin avoids the flash and will continue to just try and re-aggress. It's a 4 versus 3 Atlantic on the advantageous position yet again. But just as I say that, I'm not even allowed to finish my sentence. And again, these players are just killing each other left and right, Orbital.
Yeah, they're just running around, guns blazing, and Spirit of Amiga just trying to find some opportunity. Again, their best rounds have been on the rushes, and I think they're just trying to take those gambles now. Gamble here, and B is going to call over a teammate, so it's going to be a 2-on-1 with a little help from Typos. So Spirit of Amiga, 55 seconds to put this to rest.
Oh, they need to push through. There's the opener, but it's not better. Lintoff will fall. It's down to the 1 versus 1. Hype's pushing through. 45 seconds on the clock, and the bomb will get planted. So, just like that, 45 seconds right back on that clock. Equip looking to push around. They play Ring Around the Rosie with this AC vent, but Hype's trying to get around the other side. Equip not aware of it. Seems to be aware of the possibility, but there's smoke on the bomb. Equip has tried to stick it, but no, it's a fake. In comes this push, and look at Hype's fall. Equip plays it to perfection, and Atlantic will make it a 13-2 half.
Oh, those odds. 13-2, and now Atlantic get the T side. They get to dictate the pace of the game. Spirit of Amiga have got to put up one of the best defensive sides that we will ever see if they want us to go out in week 1 with a win. Atlantic 3 rounds away from taking week 1 in style and putting themselves at a 1-0 up the ladder. And honestly, I can already see them charging. They're not taking a second moment to waste. Mackin, though, annihilates with the upper mid clear.
Well, in they go, and Typo's just pushing through with no regard for human life. Gets yet another frag. Spirit of Amiga, 1 versus 4 for Clint. Typos is low, 4 HP is 1 shot potential, but Clint is locked in between 4 different players. Needs to get a push through this elevator side. The jump over top, there's the information, and, what? I'm sorry?
That was just... Clint was just like, all right, listen, I don't really have much choice here. I will hedge my bets and now fight 2, and Clint chose wrong, unfortunately. That is going to be, I believe, Atlantic taking a 14th. The graphics are a little bit swapped up. We will get that changed here very, very shortly. But amazing job thus far. 1 more to get to match point for Atlantic.
Yeah, Atlantic are the ones up, and there you go. The overlay likes to switch. Sometimes servers like to switch sides on you in the second round instead of in the first, and you're like, wait, what the heck happened? Why didn't I just get the opportunity to do that at halftime? And then the server's like, well, because we don't like you, so get wrecked. That's why. But nonetheless, Atlantic 2 rounds away. They need to pull off the conversion round here, of which it's been a full buy for Spirit of Amiga. It's win this or virtually go home, because you then have another force buy in the next round. For Atlantic, it is 4 AKs and a MAC-10, so the danger is there. If you lose rifles, they could be given over, and Spirit of Amiga could be able to mount a comeback. But with Atlantic winning as many gunfights as they have and being as efficient as they've been on really both sides thus far, I honestly don't see that happening. Rot looking to push around, doesn't see a leg. Oh no, this could be dangerous. Not seeing anything. Will get the opening fight. Hansi is felled, but the push is coming, and I don't think Atlantic care.
Not at all. We've seen them win much more crazy rounds, right? We've seen them win, I think, a 2v4. I mean, a 45 is well within their range of capabilities, and Typos followed up with a nade is going to lose a few more. That's going to be 2 taken away from Spirit of Amiga.
Oh, the retake has to come through, and no, Rot falls. This, I'm the mathematician here. This is not good. Depot's just playing the sandbags position. Hype's trying to support their mates up in heaven, but it's not going to matter. Equip with 1. Equip will have Typos actually clean out the final. Hypes will fall. Atlantic onto match point. And Orbital, this game started 25 minutes ago.
Yep. It started 25, and it feels like the shortest 25 minutes I've ever sat in. Atlantic are making this look way too clean, and Spirit of Amiga, right? This is week 1. Granted, you don't have to win every single game, just a few that counts at the very, very end. But Spirit of Amiga have a lot to work on, and I think this one is going to give a lot of benefit to the fact that they have some areas that they could work on. Atlantic picking apart Spirit of Amiga piece by piece.
Zux and Hypes, 1 or 2 really versus 5. Hypes will find ones. There's the opening frag, but oh no. Zux dies to a nade. Tepos with the martyrdom through the grave, and this is over. It's a 1v4, an AK in hand and no kit. Hansi won't even let them get a single kill, and Spirit of Amiga falls 16-2 through 18 rounds. It was not good. Orbital, I'm gonna be honest with you here. That was not a good showing from SOA.
Yeah. Hopefully we will get to, hopefully we really get to see them improve over time, though. That's something that I really like to see in these week 1s, right? Atlantic, we got to talk about them. Look fantastic. Again, it's a name that we did not see in the previous seasons, but coming in here, they have absolutely given us a show, and now everyone's eyes are on them. Where do Spirit of Amigas go from here, though? That's a little bit tough to say. It felt in these kinds of matches, it's very difficult to pick apart exactly what went wrong. What we can say is it feels that Atlantic had the basics down a lot more. It just felt like they had cleaner aim, cleaner swings, quicker finger taps. You know, the trigger pulls were excellent. And watch that occur over and over again, it's something to be wondered. So maybe, you know, Spirit of Amiga SOA might be looking to go back to the shooting range a little bit, you know, practice up on some of those minor details. Because honestly, there were a couple moments where I saw SOA, beautiful flushes, right? That corner off of a ramp, they knew the sights, they knew the angles. Their macro was solid. The problem is you don't even get a chance to set a macro, and it just kind of falls into, well, you know, we walk out of a corner and we're dead. I mean, what more can you say?
They unfortunately didn't have much of a say out of that one. To say the least, for us, Atlantic looked strong. 16-2 on Vertigo of all maps. I mean, yeah, they started on the CT side, but the 13-2 half there is still mostly unheard of. You're usually looking at 10-5, maybe 9-6 on a good day for the CTs. Anything other than that, and then you're looking at a good T half. That's anything but what we saw from SOA. They then headed onto the CT side, and after the pistol round lost, it was Atlantic running away with it, and they looked like they probably could have gone to the Olympics with that showing.
Yeah, it was so good. And of course we will go ahead and I believe throw it to a very quick break just to ensure that our broadcast is good and ready, because we want to have an interview. We want to talk to Atlantic. We want to talk to one of the members, get an idea of how well they played and how crazy this first game is, and if maybe this is a precursor to some following matches, or maybe if they feel that some other teams might be able to show a little bit more gumption. So please don't go anywhere. We'll have an interview with the winners from this matchup here in just a little bit.
Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you pick it up? Why not go and you sit you ain't take it? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. Too bad, I like it how I rock it right. I don't understand how you take all my time. Left, right, case it all night. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you taking all my time. Like, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car when you turn me on. The way you tell me you want it down. Done it, I done it before you fall. I'm glad you don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all kind. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, she don't love money. She break her fast like common. Swim down to the deep end. I know all my secrets now. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. Step right up, too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you take all my time. Left, right, kick it all night. Too bad, I've been out your mind. I know you like it how I rock from behind. I don't understand how you taking up time. Left, right, kick it all night. Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, I feel it go down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard just cause I need ya. And it's hard, yeah, cause I believe ya. Got me tight, hold on tonight. Hold your butt, and get to your clean proper. Way I move, ain't no can lover. You gon' let me run forever. Ever, thanks baby, turn it down like it's ready. Go so I keep it steady. Know that you've been patient. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand your high, taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking in mind. I know you like it how I rock from behind. I know you stand high, you taking all my time. Left, right, you take it all night. Show me the car when you turn. The way you tell me you got. Pick it up, why you tryna fix when you pick it up? Why I sit you when you take it up? Ain't that I'm bad. Too bad to get out your mind. Too bad I know you rock it from behind. I know how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out. I know you like it how I rock from behind. I know you stand how you take all my time. Left, right, you take it all night. Show ya. Show me the car you turn me on. You tell me you want me down. Done, I done this before you I won't catch you, don't know I'm done. Cause you love to have a mind. Calling me there, that you need me. I'm from a city that's high school. Give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, she don't love money. She break real fast like common. Swim down to the deep end. You know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're fond of me. Baby, I can see it in your eyes, slide around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand how you take all my time. Left, right, can you tell me? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I like it how I rock it from behind. I know how you taking all my time. That can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh. hold me tight. Hold on tonight. Woke up right, get to your clean and proper. Yeah, I'm moving a weekend lover. You want me on your mind forever. Ever. Thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet Harry. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been impatient. Too bad, I've been out your mind. I know that I can help from behind. I know you still how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you still how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Yeah. She made it quiet, yeah. Cool, you got it, yeah. Pick it up, go and find the pieces when you lift it up. Work on your sister when you take it up. You know that I'm bad. Bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all mine. Left, right, can you tonight? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it taking all my time. Left, right, you take it all night. Show ya. Show me the way you turn me on. Cool, let me hold me down. Done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stuck. Cause you love to have him all gone. Gonna sweet day, tell me you need me. But I'm from a city that's ice cold. You don't listen to more I go. Cause you a bad man, she don't love money. She break up real fast like common. Swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real close, honestly? I can tell that you real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. Like we're right up. Too bad, I'm just thinking of you. I know you like it how I rock it from me. I know you stand it how you taking no time. Left, right, can you take it all? Too bad, I'm just thinking mine. I know you like it how it's from behind. I know you stand it taking all my time. Left, right, you take it all night. Take, baby, we are scared to take. Oh, maybe when I take it all, I feel it coming too strong. Gotcha, and it's hard to resist, I need ya. And it's hard because I believe ya. Go tight, hold on tight. Hold no cover, no get to you clean and proper. But I'm moving a weekend love. You gonna have me on your mind forever. Like speed, turn it down like a sweet already. Yours I keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, been sticking on your mind. I know you have a rocket from behind. I know you sky, you taking all my time. Left way you take it all night. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I like it how I rocket from behind. I understand you how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the way you turn me on. Quick, tell me you want me down. Boy, tryna find the pieces for your love. Why not go when you said to take it off? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad, I've been sticking mine. Too bad, I like it how I rock it high. I know you stand it how you know my time. Left, right, take it all night. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car when you turn me on. Could you tell me you want me down? Done it, done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all gone. Gonna be there, telling me you'd me. But I'm a city that's ice cold. I don't listen to more I go. Cause Cause you a bad man, you don't love money. She break hearts real for common. Wanna swim to the deep end. Telling all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you fond of me. You don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like how I rock from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like how I rock from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, maybe we ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and you have to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. No cover, no get you clean and proper. We're moving a weekend lover. You and me on your mind forever, ever. Ex baby, turn it down like it's ready. Go slow, keeping us steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking on mine. I know you like it how I rock from behind. I know you stand your height and all my time. Left, right, can't take it all night. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock from behind. I know you stand your height, taking all my time. Left, right, can't you take it all night?
And welcome back. We are here with an interview from one of the players of the Atlantic squad. Thank you so much for agreeing to the interview. If you want to say your name, your username, and how you performed on this match today.
Yeah, hey there, my name's Equip. A pretty easy match. They are the team I know. We know some of the players, and yeah, they're just a mixed team. So we needed to wreck them, and we did.
Yeah, you guys really showed up through and through, mainly towards the start of each half. You won both pistol rounds, and honestly, relatively handedly. I don't think it was too difficult for you on both of them. Walk me through your pistol round prep, because pistols are so difficult. I happen to be awful at the game, that's why I talk about the game rather than play it. So how can just a normal everyday Joe get better at pistol, or even if you're your own level, how do you improve in pistol rounds?
I would say just have a strat with your mates. We don't fit that much in the pistol rounds. We just it's a little random. I would say it's about either you hit your shots or you don't. So it's all random. But you need a strat on CT sides. I like to have a strat where you can adapt in the middle of round of what you see on your opponent's pistol round, and on T side just a little random. I say so. Just have a strat you like. We go. It's nice to have the left side smoke and just go up and hit the bomb plant. So yeah, on CC sides, adapt to the opponent, and on T side just hit your shots.
Yeah, I wrote this down all the way back, I believe in round number 3, maybe 4. I could be wrong. You guys brought in 3 MP9, I think you had 2 rifles. It was your bonus round. They were buying for the first time. You and Tipos played an amazing setup in mid, where Tipos would flash you in through that ventilation and the drop ceiling over top of that main entrance to mid, and then you would just
Yeah.
push, and you took out the generator player with 2 splashes. How do you prepare for that? Like, that was an insane. I have it around. It's right here underlined. I don't know if you can see it. You probably can't.
Yeah,
But
I see. I can
it was
see.
absurd to see, because I was looking at it and I was like, oh my, she couldn't see a dang thing for 15 seconds. It was like me playing Valorant in Diamond. It was absurd.
Okay. It isn't really preparation. It's just a stand thing to do, to stand behind the electric thing. So a nice play to do is to get 2 flashes and kill him, because most anchors on mid are gonna play there. So it's an easy kill, and you won't expect it in the first round.
Yeah, you guys played really the entire map very, very well. The preparation was astounding from you, and that specific kill helped you prepare for the rest of the round. You picked up a free AK, you walked around with it, and basically just swung it like it wasn't the end of the world for your opponents, which, in all fairness, it was. They didn't pick up a round until round number 8, and even then, you really walked away with the game. I want to talk about just towards the end of the game. You picked up the final 3 rounds required. It was a strong showing from y'all. I think that you're going to be able to keep this up throughout the season because we got a long season. You have a round robin to play. Are you going to be able to keep up this consistency 16-2?
Um, that depends on the opponent. There's some rough opponents in the league like Dream and Los Rios, and Estimate. The other two don't really. I do think they're gonna be easy games like 16-2, 16-5s. But when we meet the big guys such as Dream and Las Vegas, it's not gonna be the same games. The,
Yeah. And I think that's always fun to think about, is always understanding that, there are some other competitors here in the league. Finally, Equip, after that fantastic win, are there any closing words that you would like to say? Any shout outs here after a fantastic week 1 victory?
yeah. Shout out to Tony 2TM, the owner of Atlantic. A really nice guy.
Alrighty. Well, there you go. Of course, the owner always getting a little bit of a shout out from the players, and I love it so much because, of course, without them, we wouldn't have some of these teams in. So once again, Equip, congratulations on your victory, and we'll have to hopefully see you next time on the desk once you win a few more games. With that, we'll go ahead and go back to one more break as we get ready for our second series of the day. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more CSGO action.
Done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give 10 the more I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break hearts real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy. I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around too bad. I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad. I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden copper, get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take Show ya. Show me the car when you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have him all crying. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give him this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden copper, get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever, ever. Thanks, baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car when you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you rip it off? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car when you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have him all crying. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give him this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden copper, get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever, ever. Thanks, baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I The way you telling me you wanted me down.
Show me how you jigger.
Pick it up. Why you trying to find the pieces when you lick it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? Yeah, you know that I'm bad. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show me the car where you're turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Oh, no cover, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down, make it sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show me the car where you turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down.
Show me how you jigger.
Pick it up, why you trying to find the pieces when you lick it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? Yeah, you know that I'm bad.
There's no shortcut, no cheat code. All you got is you and the grind. And the whole army of randoms trying to stop you. Trying to be better than you. Trying to piss in your prize pool. And they can try all day, you go all night. Make every click count. Delete them all. Cause when you dedicate your life to this, it's more than winning. It's everything. Prime for glory.
And we are back, ready to go for our second game of the evening. Thank you so much for staying tuned because we got more CSGO action to go here in the Danish League. So far, game number 1, Atlantic ran the show and very convincingly against SOA, and we'll see if the following teams can do that as well. Coming up, we have Esteemed Esport versus Tricked, and knowing both of these names, I don't think it's going to be a 16-2. It might be a little bit closer.
We're going to at least double-digit rounds in the 20s, but we're going to possibly take a little look at our knife round, assuming it hasn't already started. I'm pretty sure it hasn't, so I lied. It already has. Esports will be starting on this CT side. Assumed on the T side. I'm looking at Apala. That's really who I'm looking for, and Niflox. Those are my 2 players on Tricked to really show up here, because those are names we recognize. We've seen this team before. We've seen both of these teams before. It's really a matter of really who hits their gunshots.
Yeah, and Gron on the other side, I think that's the name that I recognize as well. So, I mean, like we said, these are returning players every so often. However, the flank here is massive, and the pistol is good as Tricked. Pull a Trick to the underside of mid and are able to get a massive flank off. This collab is looking so good. There is not a member, now there is, and seen to lose 3. Phenomenal start for Tricked here.
Yeah, and you're looking at Gron and Syrah in a really 2 versus 4, but oh, look at the position. Gron with 1, 2, looking for the 3rd, can get it as well. Ruben gets 1, now in this 1 versus 1, has to reposition, has to get the heck out of dodge. That bomb is down in the A site, so advantage to Tricked at least for the time being. Ruben looking to push this down, but it does not matter. Syrah gets that frag, and the 2 versus 4 comes through. A wee bit of a fake from a seamed, and they come out with a nice round win. That was a masterclass in round 1.
Gron just laid the frickin' pain down. That was a nasty 3K over there on the CT spawn. And then, of course, Syrah playing the long route, making sure to not get in the way, especially with the down. Phenomenal round to have. Now you gotta take a look. Of course, the spray down is going to be so nice for Asim to maintain 4. Tekka's going to try and at least find 1 or 2 more kills, kind of knock off the pistol that he's on. Can't find it, unfortunately, just taking the armor off of Fred.
Yeah, 1 frag is not going to get you very far here in this 3rd round. It is bonus time on the cards, and this is a bonus you have to win. The CT side of Mirage, you need to get minimum 7-8 rounds if you want to make it a negligible half, but at that same point, Asim are looking for that exact same number. It's going to be a very, very close fought round here. You can see everybody has a rifle other than Krizen, who's the lone MAC-10 on the board. You can see Niflox with that FAMAS, Fred with that Galil, but everybody else wielding the rifle of their choice. This is looking like a decent round for Tricked, but they have to catch some early frags.
And catching early frags is apparently instead what Tricked are going to do, as Ruben is tagged down by 34. And again, the utility is so good, but Tricked holding on that connector angle has an opportunity to make a play here. Tech is going to be looking for at least 2, is able to spot 1, but is getting ready to be shot down. Tech gets another, 1 more to go, but is reloading, so Fred is going to cut that run short.
Now with the 3 versus 4. This round is not over. Krizen's still sitting in the palace position. Now their information is there. Shots coming through, not getting hit just yet. And this push has to come through. You can see the 3-pronged attack on just 1 player on site. The second is moving their way around to support their mate. Nice nade and Molotov over top. And Gron just gets the frag. A striker has to move out of position. It's down to the 3-on-3. The utility game has been strong from Asim, as really have their frags. But they have to get this bomb down, and there's 1 player towards connector. They're looking for that small portion where you really cannot be seen. The piece is going to come up from connector, but not quick enough. In comes this push from CT, and this retake has to be quick.
Yep. Has to be very quick, and has to be efficient as well. Huge thing is still carrying weapons over because they seem to have gotten that kill. Or gotten the bomb down, they should still have extra money. So you want to take this clean from here on out. Roop gonna fire things off of Paula. He's gonna get another one, and that's gonna be the finisher. Niflox able to take it cleanly with 3. Tricked Esports say, all right, we did what we needed to. Now let's continue forward.
Tricked deny the bonus round, and they get a little bit of money in their own pockets. 3 players stay alive, so that's allow you to drop some weapons over if you do so choose. But Asim are not out of this one just yet. You can see it's AKs across the board for the T side, so it will be another gun round on the board. This half is just getting started, and these teams are so close to one another. It's going to be opening frags that decide a lot of these rounds, because the earlier you catch an advantage, the easier it is to act off of it. There's a little bit of damage through a smoke, but some just errant shots aren't going to do you much good in the round.
The liberal use of that utility in the mid as well is laying waste to the fact that Esteemed are actually almost out of nades right now. They have 7 total, but Sucker and Krisen are down to 0. So if Fred and Sierra do go down, that loses a large chunk of utility. That's something that Esteemed do not want to have happen. And that's why you want that frag. As you called it, Apollo is going to fall. Sierra finding that one, and maybe 1 or 2 more. As there's 4 in mid, bomb is going to be picked up and actually run back and around. It looks like it's a rotate to A, which is only being held by 1.
Heck, getting that frag back though. So this round is all or anything but over. Ruben doing a little bit of damage, but taking a lot more in return. Down to 15 HP. Again, looking at one-shot potential onto that ladder position. And this is a difficult situation for the CT side. The peek around has to come through. They have to gain some control on this A site because there's only one player there. It's Striker sitting on the site, just waiting under Palace, and needs to get a frag. Striker will find one, but that's all he'll find as he falls. There's one player in the CT position. Gonna look for more back the other way. In come the shots. Only one's gonna hit. The second does as well. Ooh. Tech with 2 frags. Down to 3 HP, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Sucker needs to push and needs to make some ground. With only 8 seconds left, this round is over. It saved the AK time as Trick Esports will tie us right back up.
Oh, that hurts so much. Phenomenal hold from Tech right there, and one can only count the number of times that this has happened so far. As soon as Trick get weapons in their hand, that's really the question. And of course, you know, round 4 was the question mark, right? We were saying, you know, the first 3 rounds pretty much evened out. It went as we expected. That 4th round was the one that we really wanted to watch. You know, how do the teams react? How do the teams play with weapons hot? And of course, Trick came out with a phenomenal set. Now, Sucker with the hero rifle is going to try and put that ADR a little bit higher. That is the best way to start it. Apollo, though, says Gron doesn't get a chance. Strike from underneath is going to finish one off. Nip blocks around the corner. This shooting gallery is making waves. 1 left alone, honestly.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter. This round was over from the start. It was a broken force-ish buy. I don't even know what to call it. Sucker got down to nothing. Everybody else is around $2,000. But Krisen right now is looking for a bomb plant. And if they get that, they might as well go buy a lottery ticket right now. He won't. Striker will finish him off, and Trick Esports will take the lead. They're up 3-2, and they have some money in the bank. They continue to keep players alive, and it's going to do them very, very good.
You can see there where the damage kind of spread comes out here. Gron leading the charge at 100 for his side, but Tech at 118. These guys are playing on full blast. Hoping to get a bit more now as you do see the op in hand for Tech, so that 118 should be sprinting into the higher digits. We're waiting to go here on this apartments. He's a couple nades chucked in and out. That'll be a little bit of a burn down for Krisen as he tries to make a flank.
Yeah, but there's not much doing right now, in all fairness. Tech is in mid with an op, by the way, so a lot of ground is taken by the CT side, but they're also giving a lot of ground just the same. This A executes coming through. All of your default smokes have been put in. Apollo gets the opener, so that is that B flank down. It will matter. As Striker falls on this A side, it's going to be a retake situation. That nade doesn't hit, and the shots coming through won't do that much either. Nice Molotov over. Striker is low, and you can see the boost is coming through. This will be a retake, but Fred is shutting it down as it stands. You can see Esteemed playing crossfires galore, and Gron in the CT position just shuts everything down. That right there will sell the save. Esteemed will tie us right back up.
I mean, we said it right. This was going to be a much closer game than game number 1. That is what we felt. So far, we're getting it. These guys are going back and forth in terms of who wants that advantage. And Trick Esports, they say, well, you know, no real reason to chase. It's still the early game. They are going to carry over an M4 as well as that op. And gonna take their chances, right? This is now a game of cat and mouse. As teams should know that the op is still in play, so they're gonna bring potentially one of their own. Krisen, the only one left. I don't think anyone had any money to purchase one. So instead, full nades, everything out. Good luck. Let's see who takes this win.
I gotta really look at a seamed pushing through here. The money was there for Tricked yet again, so they will have a buy. You can see everybody really with whatever they please. Some, or actually Niflock's the only one without head armor because there's no reason to buy it. You have AKs on the other side, it's not gonna get you very far. Gron, the only one wielding an M4 after picking that up in the previous round. And I gotta say, I'm looking at how well this Tricked side is played, and it's going to be difficult, but they're rushing B. It's the classic blunder for Tricked. They are relinquishing the site, but only for the time being. Ruben gets 2, but it's traded back. The 2 for 2 trade does come through. Looking to avoid the spray is Nifox, who does just that. Napala gets the frag from behind. Down to this 2 versus 3. You do have a mid flank, looking to push through Cat, but jumping up and over. Opala will shut down Sierra, and it's down to Krisen in a 1v3. Niflock's the only one to take any damage whatsoever, and Krisen will take 100, domed to the grave as Opala puts Tricked right back up in that lead.
Wow, that was a round. It felt rough, right? You were even saying it, right? A forfeit of that A site, but Asim chose wrong, Tricked chose right, and they were able to hold it down on that B rush, and it worked out so well. Now it's looking like it's going to happen again because, of course, Asim are working with nothing. I do believe I think just Deagle buys and a couple nades, so I mean, you're not going to get too much out of it. Of course, it will be up to a team to deem if it was worth or not. D's on their own can do quite a bit of damage, but, you know, at this point, it's just trying to get the round over.
Yeah, that, and they want to get a bomb plant. Money in the bank is nothing to scoff at. The push will come through, and I don't think it's going to matter that much. Niflux gets 1, but the Deagle shot from behind will remove them from the round. It will be a retake. It will be weapons in the hand of Tricked, but 1 rifle should be picked up. You can see it picked up, but it doesn't matter. Opala through the smoke. The final shot comes through, and Fred is dropped. This round, unfortunately, is over as much as you'd like it to be. This comeback coming through. Aseemed will be shut down. Sucker will get 1 frag, but I don't think that's about it. And yep, there it is. Aseemed will be shut out of the round. 2 frags coming through and a bomb plant. Nothing to scoff at, but Tricked extending their lead to 2.
Yep. And honestly, it's been the Trick show, I believe, right? So far, after the first 3 has gone 4-1. It's been a very, very steady increase of rounds, and I think they're going to be very happy about this. And if you continue this momentum on the CT side, you were saying it, right? You need about 8 rounds. You know, that should be the cooler on the CT side if you want to hold a decent half. Same thing, I believe, with Asim, though. Of course, everyone wants to get to that 8 rounds. But it's more important on the CT side. On the attacking, it's so much more difficult. So, for Tricked, we're expecting 8 to 9, potentially double digits, and see if that can be held over into the second half.
It seemed with another buy, but it's another buy that, yeah, it looks okay, but you have to have some speed behind it. I mean, in all fairness, I take another look at it, and they have everything they could ever want. You got AKs, you have an off, but they haven't gotten frags, and that's the main issue you will continue to run into in these rounds. You can buy up as much as you want. I can buy them 2 4-9s for all I care, but I'm not going to get frags with them, and seemingly that's exactly what we've seen from Seamed.
Yeah. Buy as much as you want, but if you can't convert, it's wasted money. Krisen, what I really want to watch for, a little sprint across the site, gives way to the connector site. It says, hey, we know at least 1 is there, so that's going to call for the rotate over to B. Instead of challenging, they're going to flank in. Make the call. This could net them 5v2, but that's going to be Gron going ahead and taking Niflock off of the map. Ruben, though, firing back with a phenomenal hold. Make it 3. Get a little bit of help with Sierra. Sierra finally able to get a death, or get a kill from the grave. Great flank. Matt is on Trick Eastward to close things out off of Ruben's phenomenal play.
3 frags coming through from the catwalk position. You need to get more if you're the rest of the squad. Jump over top, and this is such a difficult situation. It seemed there's not much you can do. You need to lock this down, and with Gron falling, it's down to Sierra in the apartments, won't even get a single frag. Striker will shut it down, Apollo will get the defusal through, and Trick will retake this B site yet again, and, most importantly, extend their lead to 3. The money on Aseemed is not completely broken, but they are by no means a rich squad.
That was so good to watch from Tricked. And honestly, it's kind of interesting, right? Normally, it's I want to say coordinated play. That's where we see most of the wins come through. Here for Trick, it really shows the individual prowess, right? It's individual players. First, it was Tech, now it was Apollo, and now it's Ruben. Like, every single member is getting a turn at showing off their individual skill here on that CT defense.
Continuing to show up is this squad, and I gotta say, it needs to be a quick one for Aseemed. If they will get anything out of this half, it needs to be a quick comeback. You can see Smoke off on that catwalk position, so that will be Ruben to see absolutely nothing, but Apollo gets the opener, and that's just a killer and a half. Two players have switched sides, so you can see Sierra sitting there inside of the connector and will get the frag. Apollo does 88 damage, but in the end, it won't get a kill, and Striker will fall to the headshot of Crizzen. A double headshot at that, as that Galil does come through. Tech from the side will get one, so it's a 3 versus 3, and it's point Tricked are just giving up the site. They do not want to just give this up. They have to. They need to play retake.
Yeah. And they're going to be forced into it, of course, but the question is how powerful is retake? Yes, it's 3-on-3, but look at HP bars. Sierra, a shot on the foot will take him out, and honestly, with the op in hand, Tech is not just aiming for the couple sprays down. That's going to be a trade of 1-for-1. Can you get a little bit more to set up here by the CTs? One wing protector for T's, and that's Crizzen gets one. Can Crizzen get two? Sierra, no, just steals it away. And Aseemed, don't let the run of rounds get any further than two. Trick are going to be stopped a little bit quickly here in the first half.
Seemed bring a round back, and it was a close one at that. Both players were low, both players that pistol shot away, and there's a restart. Thank you for everybody in chat letting us know, hey, stuff's broken. We were able to fix it. There's everything going, and a little special shout out to everybody working in the background. They are awesome. Deployers running, observing stuff, and Hulu in the production chat saying, hey, this is what you do, and well, it worked. You can see the 1-for-1 trade, though, as the game continues, whether we have tech issues or not. They'll continue to play, and they'll continue to frag out Crizzen specifically, with 2 frags already in the first 30 seconds of this round.
This is gonna be interesting. Couple sprints in. I mean, Aseemed now just wondering how many more are they gonna lose? Not too many. Grons says, listen, I haven't gotten my fair share of the spotlight. Niflock's hiding out in market. Nothing to really buy here, except a little bit more time in the round.
Yeah, at most you want to save here. Look at the money for Tricked. It's broken. Aseemed have torn them apart. Niflox's best hope is to hide, save that armor, save the kit, save your smoke, and most importantly, the A1S you wield in your hands. But nonetheless, this round is over. There is a flank coming behind them. I don't know if Fred is heard thus far. You can see him on the mini-map just working up catwalk. Nobody sees each other, and I think Fred in the end will survive. Niflox will do the exact same thing. Nonetheless, Aseemed have brought us within one.
And that again was a phenomenal round from Aseemed, right? Trick, like we said, individual performances have been phenomenal. Aseemed have kind of overcome that with quick team play. That rush was really fun to watch. And they're gonna try and tempt that onto the B side once again with a split at 2-and-1 mid. We brought open. Niflox said, don't even try it. That'll be sprayed on with the casualty of 1. And Aseemed realized that they might have lost the advantage here in the split.
This is what we saw in the Swedish Prime League on Monday. Theory and I were talking about it over and over. It's rounds where one team really should not have an advantage and they come out with one anyway. It's a hero rifle. Sometimes that's all it takes. You throw a wrench in that usual system that everybody's used to. And just like that, you've messed up all your rotations, all your usual timings. And just like that, your room is just the same. Striker has to move. And this 4-man catwalk retake is interrupted where it stands. There's that save call, unless they decide to just push around and through. Nope, they will not. This round is over. Aseemed will tie us up, but Tricked are trying to do economic damage. You can see Apollo. He's just pushing through the market, trying to do just that. They've been seen, though. Apollo's going to die here. This is so crucial. Red needs to stay alive, though, and with the damage continually done, it's difficult to do so.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Crizzen barrel stuffs Apollo. I think that was a running clip, and Aseemed go ahead and tie it up at the 13th round. We're looking at a 6-6 in Tricked Esports. looking at a very rough purchase once again. Keeping some of those weapons over will give them a full loadout. The question is how many nades will they bring over? It looks like just shy of a full. And of course, Asim doing the exact same. Weapons hot, skills hot. So they're going to go ahead, set up a default here. Look at mid once again.
Sucker just does not care about even possibility of a mid presence. Tech is going to make their way around towards connector, but I think they hurt Sucker. Oh, he did. And Sucker's just playing the pixel angle, looking up towards Ruben. If Ruben sees him, it's a frag, but no, Ruben's been seen first, and this should be a frag for Sucker. It is indeed. Another opener goes the way of Asim. The information just saved. And this looks like another round going to the T side, especially with Sucker doubling up on the round as well.
Oh, and Apollo getting a few more too. This will put him at a 3-3. Asim, though, still looking. So at this point, last round, they're already on site. They had already finalized a location and tricked. They're still wondering, right? You heard some gunfire over there near A, and that's why they're floating closer over to B. The gunfire did not sound as close as you would have liked. And this has seemed meeting up as a squad. They are now going to slowly push in. Zero with sights trained. Easy pickup there. Niflox might get another. Yes, that's going to be 2. 1 more to go. The op reigns supreme. But when you miss big. Niflox with a 3K goes ahead and puts the 7th for Tricked on the board.
That big green gun, the high risk, high reward. That time it was really just the high risk. It missed, and, well, Tricked, they take the lead back. 3 straight dropped rounds, but a gun round back the other way. That's the way back into a map like this, and really to just gain some momentum. Again, I said you're looking for about 9 rounds here on the CT side. If you make that happen, you're looking pretty good. If they win this round, they're honestly almost guaranteed 9. The money situation for Asim would be next to ruined. Tricked would be near rich on their own side. And I gotta say, if Asim can't put together a good attack this time, especially onto the A site with the full utility they've thrown in, it's gonna be so difficult. The retake nades are already in. In comes this re-push, and you can see Striker already gets 1 frag and just retreats. You don't need to overpush. Apollo is sitting there as well. There's another frag going the way of Tricked, and they are showing up here on the A site. They are locking Asim out.
Just continues, but Sucker makes it painful. That is a heavy strike against Striker and the team, but Tech is able to finish it off. So looked great for Tricked Esport. Looked like it was going to be finalized. 2 went down, and now you're stuck in a 3v1. Tricked Esport, honestly, that defense looked immaculate, holding some of those angles, most notably Apollo literally hiding in plain sight, hiding out in the middle of the site, and said, this is the most optimal spot, and it worked. Tricked put themselves ahead once again, looking for a potential third before the half ends. So this is going to be a full purchase out, and unfortunately for Asim, I mean, what can you really purchase here? Let's see how high they go. The most they got is an AR into the hands of Fed, and that's not saying too much.
Retake nades, my favorite piece of utility, and, well, Sucker, Mac 10 in hand, is just running through mid yet again. Apollo reloads and will go to under position, but yeah, Sucker dies, and justifiably so. Krisen will fall just the same, unaware of that Palace position, or the under Palace position, I suppose. Gron will bring one back, that clean Deagle print stream, but I gotta say, Tricked are still looking pretty good. Ruben's looking for a frag here, and will find one. Zero walks straight into the crosshairs. Fred's here, though, flashing over, and it will cause Fred to turn. What a play from Ruben. Gets out, gets a frag, and basically puts Tricked up onto 9. Ron in a 1v4 turns it into the 1v3. It would be ace clutch if it happens, but it's such a challenge with only Deagle, only 24 health, and facing up against full bits of these rifles. Tech, with the pistol alone, will clean things out, and Tricked will get that 9-6 half they were so looking forward to.
Yep. You know what? They'll take it. It wasn't as clean. They probably feel like it could have gone into double digits this time, especially with the earlier run they had. So 9-6 probably not up to what they wanted. However, it's going to be plenty, right? Working your way forward, you have a few options, right? You know that Tricked were feeling... Did we fully swap sides here? I think that's what we did. Am I crazy?
Yeah. Yeah, no. Tricked are winning 9-6.
Okay, yeah, I was looking at it and I could not remember. Thank you, Timelight, for confirming my brain part there.
Yeah, and unfortunately Tricked up 9-6 are now down 3 players, and look at that. Striker is dumped, clotheslined as he tries to just push onto the A site, and there's a red back for Aseemed. There's that scoreline we're so used to, and honestly, Aseemed coming back into it. That's a pistol round win on the T side, no less. And they're just going to buy up into it. 4 A1Ss and an MP9 on Sucker. The goal here for Sucker, hold W, hold mouse 1, and get some cash. Fred doesn't care. And look at that, a full house of frags in mid. Fred with 3, Krizen with 2. If you're a poker player, you love to see that combination. And if you're an Aseemed fan, you love to see Tricked fall already within 1.
Yep. That's exactly how you want it played out. And this will be the real test, right? Seem to have weapons hot much better than many other round 3s. So Tricked Esport, all AKs hot, 3-man blind. Can they make this work? Up they go. They sprint straight through the mid, and Tech meets them with some pain. Dull headshot, making the rounds. The Tricked Esport say, all right, we did our damage. Let's meet with the rest of the team, and let's make our way through apartments. Aseemed chose the aggressive angle and paid with that with their lives.
Apollo the only one to fall on this T side, and Sucker has made their way away from the B side. This is a questionable decision. Same for Tricked. What are they doing here? What's the option? Still a little bit of utility. You can still see 3 smokes available, so all of your A utility could be played through here. But don't make too much noise as you push across. You can see, look at top of mid. There is still Krizen up towards that position. Gron on this A side, and Krizen's setting up the flank. Now the question is, does Krizen try and flank through apartments where he thinks they may be, or does he go all the way around through T-spawn? If he catches the timing, he's going to catch Striker off guard. Striker pushes down that ramp. Oh no, outcome! They will not catch timing in T-spawn position, but I don't think it's a matter. They're pushing anyway. The bomb will get planted, but the flank is already there.
And those shots through the dark are going to hit Striker a little bit. Aseemed, though, getting a trade in. It's going to be Krizen's life for Tech. They want a little bit more. 2v3, as you said, the flank is good. The option's there, but Striker is just a little bit too quick on the shots. And I think that was going to happen regardless. Tricked now at double digits. We're going to force a buyout. Aseemed maybe a little bit weaker on the utility, but I mean, multiples are sitting above 4K. I think Aseemed should have a full purchase. Trick, though, feeling strong about that plant and run scenario.
Trick rounds, they've won and denied round possibilities for Aseemed. So the first 3 rounds have been through both halves. But the question is, can, at least later on in this season, can start to win pistol rounds? Because if they're winning those bonus rounds and really denying the bonus rounds, seems like they are here, can they just win their own bonus rounds after winning pistols?
It is a question to be had, as we do see another kill come out. So Trick just saying, all right, well, you know what? We might not have won some of those infamous rounds, but we'll still keep that first tap down. Sierra gonna have to walk on the bench for the time being. Smoke goes out, a little bit of hop forward, so Sucker actually playing very aggressively up. This hop is not normal, as I think it usually puts you in a rough position if they start to open fire a little bit closer, of course. But it does give you the angle that you're hoping for. That Niflox, he spotted out, but Niflox fires first and finds the head of Sucker.
Krizen on the site, though, a man not to be reckoned with, looking to push on towards this A1S. Krizen finds a second, but that's all he'll find. It's down to the 2 versus 3. Krizen's done the work, but hasn't gotten enough. It's still the retake. It's still a possibility for Aseemed to come back into this. But Kron with an MP9 on the side, this is such a difficult scenario. An MP9 long range is not the weapon you want to have, especially with the crossfires already set up. There's a Molotov door, get right, and they're already watching this. Looks like Fred wants to push through, but there's only so much you can do. There's one in that bench position, and there's no way you check that close corner. He does anyway. Oh my goodness, Kron even gets a Fred. It's down to the 2 versus 1. Tech gets one, cannot find the second. Oh my goodness, he tried to, without the ammo, without the preparation. He doesn't. The question is there enough time? I do indeed believe there is. Aseemed will deny Tricked a second in a row, and they'll yet again bring us within 1.
And that swing was so good. Aseemed did it at the exact same time as well. And that split the attention of Trick's defensive measures. Phenomenally played. from Esteemed. Now, you've done enough damage to Tricked over the rounds that they have won that they have no economy to work with, right? This should be an easy round for Esteemed on paper. They have all the utility in the world. They have all the weapons that they could want. They're going to try and chance it. Ruben launching to Fred, though, with an opener. Prison to follow through as well. But the damage is done. 2v3 Esteemed with a phenomenal setup here on the retake.
Oh my gosh, Ruben, no. Striker's now in a 1 versus 3, and with 28 health, there's only so much you can do. That first nade will do it. Striker's dead. 1 frag is all they'll get. And Esteemed will tie us up. I said we're going to at least 20 rounds. We've gotten through 20 rounds, and we are still tied. These teams are not getting away from each other anytime soon.
We're going from a sweep to a tug of war match. These are the polar opposites of each other right now, and I mean, I got to cast, I believe it was an OT3 match just yesterday, and I'm honestly, I'm kind of hoping for it here because I want to see these teams take a distance. And it looks like they are going to do that. Gron took quite a bit of damage. Ruben was able to lay down some pain before dying. And now it's going to be quietly. For the first time, Tricked Esport actually look a little bit hesitant on where they want to aggress.
You can't really blame them for it. Tech needs to wield this off properly. Sierra should have seen one player, now it's a second, and is just going to drop a smoke behind them and fake it. Oh my goodness, this is a smart play, but it's not going to matter. The Molotov will deny the possibility of that massive brain attempt, but it's a fake. 3 players on this B side, 1 in the window. What are Tricked doing? The answer seems to be running towards, and I think it's being read.
It's not being read fully, but the kill from Fred should signal that something's happening. A good rotate of 3 more members of a team should put at team an advantage. A little bit late on some of those nades, only a smoke up the way of stairs, but the spray under Striker is able to find one. Gron lays into Striker. Apollo takes out Krisen, and Apollo gets Gron. A phenomenal exchange between Apollo coming out and saving what could be an 11th round for Tricked.
There's no utility on this T side. They need to do something. Sierra's in the CT position. A default plant would spell the demise of anybody trying to put it down. You can see Tech peeking around and looking the wrong way at the worst possible time. Suckers around towards connector. You can see Sierra still in CT, and it's an op picked up. It will be an op dropped just as quickly. Sucker will shut it down. Esteemed will take their first lead since the pistol round.
And that's just crazy to think about, right? The extent that we move through this game and realize that these teams are playing the long game, right? As you said, the pistol round, I believe, not even the pistol round of the half, I believe the pistol round at the beginning of the game. It's crazy to see a team to be able to grab this opener, and it's only going to get better as they find one, but Tech and Striker say, no, we're not done yet. We gave you the lead, we're not giving you any more. They're going to fire, take 2 home. Hopefully get a little bit more on the edge as Strict are taking it a little bit slow. And once again, B mid and then back to A. Ruben this time though finds Gron and A is wide open.
Yeah, Sucker looking for a frag. Sierra finds one on that A side, but still looking for this push through. Sucker needs to go buy a lottery ticket. No way you stay alive through that one, but the bomb needs to get planted. You can see connector control still there, but they've dropped it. You can see that smoke there. The nade over top, that'll do a decent bit of damage. It does not hit anything, actually, as they back away. Sucker takes out Striker mid, though, so the retake nade will go through. Sucker does just the same, up onto the stairs, looking for one, maybe even both frags. Niflox is low, though. The bait is there, and looking for one of them. Can't find either. Oh. Tech will tie us up. Orbital yet again.
It's never ending. This game of cat and mouse will continue. I think persistent all the way to round 13-14. I wouldn't be surprised to see an overtime as well. However, weapons do favor Tricked right now. They tie things up. They force an SMG buyout. Seemed with 1 rifle in hand. Gron, who I feel rightly deserves it, has been phenomenal over the course of this game so far, matching Prison with those top scores.
Striker's pushing through, and just with no regard for human life, just holds W straight in. But on the other side, Esteemed are getting the frags. They're coming out on top of these frag fights, and somehow We're in a 2 versus 2. Looking for the shot. Sucker actually gets the headshot and will fall to the Molotov. 1 versus 1. After all of those exchanges, Aseem take the lead yet again. Gron from the side with a perfectly timed peek catches him off guard, and Aseem will put themselves on top. They'll have the money as well. No business whatsoever picking up that round, but they do it anyway.
That seems so much. Tricked had the opening, they had the entry. It was just the hold by Sucker there. They were able to maintain an advantage, the ground level. Yes, you died to a molly, that's fine. You did the work, you did the damage, and Tricked are going to be quite upset at them. Now forced into the deagle buy with a single smoke left. They have nothing. They're going to go ahead, charge into a site, hope that they get some fresh headshots. Apollo, of course, still eating a few body shots.
If you're Tricked here, you need to get some frags. You need to break the bank of Aseem for yet what seems like the billionth time in this game. Tricked, their best bet is to rush as a squad. They need to go as a team, and Aseem, I gotta say, if they just lock down one of these sites, then just play retake on the other. That Molotov's gonna buy you some time. Zero with this MP9 is gonna do the damage on the one unarmored opponent. The other two have no head armor, but Ruben's actually gotten a kill on this side and done damage as well. Red is low. This peek could hurt. You can see Ruben pushing, but Krizen from the side chooses the fight at the perfect time. In comes this push, but Krizen, look at that. There's another frag. Has to whip out the pistol, but cannot get the frags. This round is not over. It's another round where, just look, continually the squad without the advantage seemingly takes it anyway.
There are some teams that I love to say should just never. Oh, wait. Now that's the pick. Okay, he was peeking out from smoke, but there are some teams that I always like to say they should just stop buying rifles. They should just stop buying rifles, stop buying up, because they seem to play so much better under pressure. Just buy the pistols, buy the SMGs, and run with it. Tricked look amazing right there, and now Sierra, last one alive, running with a knife out, has an MP9, right? Nothing that you can really do with that thing. It's going to do peanuts in this long range. However, a striker does not look. That's gonna be a spot, and almost falls very quickly. Sierra, though, took a little bit too long on Striker's head, and Niflox clutches the round. 12-12 here. Another tie. It is never ending.
Nope, these teams cannot separate themselves from one another. Tricked brought themselves into that with deagles and walked away with 2 rifles and a round win. Now, let's see if Aseem can do the exact same thing, but with an MP9 on the board. Krizen, the one wielding the SMG this time around. But it's rifles across the board for Tricked. And I feel like at this point, if I'm Tricked, just buy deagles every round. There's no reason to overbuy when you seemingly won a round with everything that you shouldn't win rounds with.
Yeah. It's I hate the fact that that's actually a thing now. Like, we're actually seeing that from these two teams. It's just consistently, all they have are pistols, all they have are deags. But they have a chance. They have a chance. No. It's getting a little bit out of hand, and I think it's going to continue to get out of hand as long as this 5-7 is on the board. That is currently being held, I believe, by Sucker. Can Ruben spot it? I think Ruben sniffs something a little bit weird. But this cat play is going to be so dangerous. Aseem, another play that's going to be sprint around the side, and Tech takes it 0.
Soccer dies as well. This round is just about over already. Krizen's looking to push back towards the window, and you can see, oh no, looks the wrong way again. Apollo getting the kill there, and decides to push through the vents and will die because of it. Drops the AK, and that will be a free rifle there for Aseem, who's going to save some money on that. There's a good return on investment of really no investment whatsoever. Nonetheless, Tricked will win a round that they should have, and I think for the first time since Monday, I can say that, because there were not a lot of rounds that a team should have won that they did. It was a lot of half ecos, a lot of force buys, and a lot of hero rifles that came out on top in the Swedish Prime League, and so far I'm seeing that exact same thing today.
Yeah. And I think that's fun, because that means it's not standard CSGO. It's one person versus the world. It's someone that, you can watch and see potentially be that big star for the squad. And that's a chance. Oh, did Striker get Gron as well? I think he did after the round. Oh, that hurts. They were already... No. He's still he still found money. I
Yes.
think that came before. That came before, as we do see the 2200. So Gron is not going to be lagging behind his teammates, and that's very important. Moving into those last few rounds, you want to be on par in the econ values with your teammates as you start moving towards these latter halves, because if in that last round, a Tricked are sitting at 14, 15, 12, you don't want to be the only one on your team sitting with only a pistol and 2 nades.
Oh, Sierra, not checked, but it doesn't matter. In goes the push, and Apala will frag out. This round, yet again, one that is over, and it's just a question of can they do economic damage. It seemed looking to push through, and Ruben is just waiting in TV. He sees one. Oh, no. This is over. Sucker's going to push through, and with the knife out, jumping for joy, and, well, jumping for the grave. Fred does turn one back, so that's, if you look at it, not the worst thing. Oh my goodness, Fred gets another. There's an AK dropped in a second, just the same. It's, again, economic damage only, but hey, I guess they'll take it.
Economics better than no damage at this point, right? Letting Trick just run straight through with everything would be pretty difficult. So we'll see how that works, of course, but the walkthrough is going to be very, very quiet with the bomb going off, of course. Only Tech will eat that damage. Fred on the other side will as well. With that AK carried over, Tricked just need 2 more. They're so close. They can taste that win so on their tongues.
This is a must-win round. We've seen it before, but Tricked, they have the rifles. They have a decent bit of cash just the same, and it's the rush call coming through. Up mid they go, flashes galore, and nobody sees anybody. A trade of seemingly billion pieces of utility, yet nobody gets a single encounter. And I'm not going to say it's a waste, because that was good ground taken from Seamed. You can see, is that who I think it is? There's just Sierra sitting on the trash cans at the top of mid. Can we take a look at the top of mid really quick? I don't know if they're going to check this. No, it's Gron. Oh, no.
Oh, this could be so damaging. That's going to be a sprint to 1 and 2. Oh, the trash can plays are real. Gron making the play happen. I love the fact that you pointed that out, Light, and that will open up for Prison to fire right back. However, Niflox wants to do a bit more in return. Tricked feel it. They say, hey, that one could be it, but the flush is going to be good. Gron laid out. Sucker eats some damage, and just like that, it's almost evened up.
You can see it's 2 versus 3. Sierra is under, so this is a good position. The Molotov threw that will deny some ground for the time being, but they're trying to get it just the same. There's the up bug on Tech. We can't see it in his hands, but we know he has it and is wielding it still. If this peek comes through from Sierra, it's the round over, but if he waits too long, it could just be the same thing the opposing way. Sucker, sitting on the site, would play a 1 versus 2 here. Has to push, and Niflox can't see a dang thing. Flashed by his teammate, and there's the information.
Oh.
Sucker sees 1. Is he going to play Ring Around the Rosie with them? Oh, no, he won't. Tech gets the kill, and will plant the bomb in a safe position just the same. The flank was too late, and Sierra will fall. It's down to Fred. 1 versus 2, the possible game on the line. Looking for it, but has to get the defuse, has to get both frags just the same. And with that bomb planted in such a challenging scenario, and both players playing seemingly the same angle, it's such a challenging scenario. Niflox will hear him. In comes this tap. He will tap it. He looks to hold, but it does not matter. Tricked Esport are onto match point.
Oh, are you kidding me? Gron had a phenomenal opening, had a phenomenal play. 2 members off a trash can. Prison was able to follow up, but it was the split. It was the split from a seam that caused them to walk in. Nigh 1 by 1. It is now match point. Tricked Esport on the cusp of making a win happen here in week 1.
What can you do here if you're a Seamed? The options are very limited. Deagle, MP9, FAMAS, and 2 A1Ss. On the other side, Tricked are rich. They have everything they could ever want. They have money in the bank just the same. It's rifles galore on the opposing side, and the Molotov under, that's going to cost you. There's no smoke for it, and out comes the push.
Ooh.
But no, they don't expect it. Braun will get 1 kill, but that's all they will receive. Ruben will fall just the same. Sierra with the double. This round may just be over, but looking for some more back the other way. Tech finds 1. Tech finds a second. Looking for more. He cannot get the third, but it may not matter. Down to the 1 versus 2. The Molotov earlier took out his teammates, so it's going to be a challenge. Molotov over top, just the same. On towards that stairs position, but Fred will shut it out. Seemed stay alive for 1 more round.
Yeah, and this is... It's going to be a toss back and forth, so Trick should easily have enough to round out these next 2 rounds, right? That is for sure going to happen. So Aseemed will have to battle through 2 full buys, this one and the next, if they want to continue winning, and even then, it's only going to be that tie, and then it all goes back straight to 0, right? That's what we're looking at here. Tech, of course, does not want to go into overtime, is moving with that op straight through apartments and says, screw it. We're going to aim for the run, and actually looks like I did lie a little bit. The money, because there was some tossing of the weapons and purchases for buddies, it actually seems to zero it out, so Tricked actually might not enjoy what happens next if they do lose.
Niflux needs an opener. Somebody on Trick needs an opener here, because if you lose an opening pick, you next to lose the round. Aseemed have looked so dominant after openers, but it's been such a challenge for them to do anything after losing it. Striker and mid, this is just locking down some positions, denying some rotations, and looking to gain some ground. Tricked, not really deciding on what they want to do just yet. Sierra looking towards mid, seeing absolutely nothing, so there's really no information either way. Striker seeing nobody in mid, that's not really telltale of anything in particular. But I gotta wonder, is it a B split? Are they trying to pressure A and then switch it towards B? You can see 2 players in apartments. It looks to be a flank or a fake, one of the 2. There's the smoke towards the top of connector. Niflok still in the apartments, but Sierra with the opener. There's the trade back, but there's still 2 players on this B side. Jizen with 1, Sucker with another, and that may just be the round. Ruben has to peek out, does so too late. There's 1, he cannot get the second. Sucker is made aware of, but it's still the 1 versus 2. Tech gets another onto Fred. It would be the 4K clutch to shut out Mirage and to clean out this map. He needs to find Sucker. The awareness has to be there. Looking for the frag. Sees the player, but he doesn't get the frag. There's the 1. Cannot get the second. Aseemed are sending us to a 30th round.
Oh, that could have been it. That could have been it. Sucker, you have to be so thankful that the op has a reload animation, because my gosh, that could have been so clutch on the side of Tech. Oh, it was an option, but it's no longer there, as Tricked are working with a budget buy here. 4 SMGs, an AK in hand, and they are rushing. They say, screw it, this is our only option, and they're possibly going to find 1. Sierra is going to take 1 before falling. Now an op is going to fire through. No damage goes down. Yes, it actually does. Niflux is going to eat that bullet through a box. Now the chase. Oh, does he get a no? Sucker gets the spray instead.
That nade coming through, it's going to do the damage. Sucker gets another. We're looking at overtime here. Sucker with a 3rd. Ruben shuts him down, but it's down to the 1 versus 3. It will not matter. We are going to overtime in Mirage. The Danish Prime League is starting off with a bang. One game that seemingly took no time whatsoever. Another that's going the distance and then some.
Light, what is going on here? This match delivered, and it's to be expected. Tricked and Aseemed saying we do not want to give up at all. And now taking a look at things, it is all down to dead even, right? This is it. This is how you kick things off. Everyone gets to purchase. Everyone gets a chance at that perfect buy. And we can see it here, right? Chrism with the op, Tech with the op. These 2 have put up massive KD ratios. Most notably, Tech hitting 30k before we enter, so that's at least a kill a round, which is a phenomenal route to go. But Aseemed, right? This is the team that we have to kind of watch, as they are, once again, on that CT side to kick things off.
Looking for something. Is this Aseemed side to open things up? The opening frag went their way the previous time around, and well, they won 2 rounds back to back off of it. You can see they have mid control. 1 player towards chair, another sitting towards the sheet metal at the bottom of mid. I don't even know what that's called. Is it like a pseudo boost, I suppose? There's actually a 2nd player there. Hold up, I lied. Wait a second. What is this setup?
It's a death trap, maybe?
There's
one
one
knows
player
what?
looking towards something. I think down under. And another watching towards the top of it. No, it is just one player. I'm just a moron. And, well, Striker does take out Fred. There's the opener. Yeah, I just happen to have 0 brain cells. Don't mind me.
I was trying to figure out what you were talking about. I had no clue. I was looking around the entire minimap. I was like, light, help me out, buddy. I am lost beyond belief here. But gotta agree, that was a great pick to
Ooh.
start. And Tech says, I want to start one up too, but you look up. Look up, Tech. There you go. All right, so pop up, take a look around the boxes, and you pick up a frag. Trick Esports feeling great about this opening round to OT. Ruben finding away. Sucker, last one alive. I mean, it's Sucker, right? If anyone's going to make some sort of clutch play, you're hoping it's Sucker. But it's a 1v4. You can't hope for too much.
Where's that smoke going?
Maybe
It's
it
a
was
fake
a
smoke.
fake smoke?
He's faking
Yeah.
the smoke off to connector, and he does get one. So down to 46 health, finds a little bit more damage onto Ruben, needs to find a kill, cannot do it, and that's the round. It has to be the save, because remember, in leagues, you only get 10k in overtime. There's Niflox losing his life, so there's some economic damage, if you can really call it that here in OT. But nonetheless, Sucker will keep the A1S into the next round, and just to explain what the heck I was talking about right here where Sucker is, just above that, there's that sheet metal where you can boost up and like jump over top towards the window position. I saw the little bit of white that the sheet metal provides on the overlay, and it was like, oh, somebody's looking in that direction, because if you look on everybody's person, you could see there's a little like white triangle that pushes towards where they're looking. And I'm like, wait, there's a second player in that position, and I just realized I am a moron. So, yeah. That was not the case, to say the least.
Don't worry. Last time I also thought CTs could not earn a set amount of money, and I failed horrifically at that point. So I think we both made plenty of mistakes and are bringing some entertainment here. We gotta laugh at ourselves every so often, as it seemed laughed at the last round and said, you know what, we don't really care about it, because right now we're having a blast. Grown with a very aggressive palace peek after a phenomenal flashbang. It looks like Seamed are having a ball. Yes, they lose one. But with Tricked Esport down to only 2, this entry is going to be very, very difficult for them to pull off.
Gron's sitting up on top of the palace, and yeah, there's no amount of Molotovs that'll get you out of that one. It's down to Tech, who will fall. Seem to tie us up yet again. They cannot separate themselves from one another. This is such a challenging scenario for really both teams. Seemed never really coming out on top of these opening duels of rounds, but then again, Tricked can never separate themselves by more than 1 or 2.
Yeah, this is so important. Watching this right now. Thoughts moving forward though. It is going to be a challenge here in mid. It goes to play. Sierra playing very aggressively forward. But Tricked Esports decide against it and say, listen, we're not willing to take that chance. We're going to work our way through apartments once again. This has been somewhat of their bread and butter. And Gron, unfortunately, finding the lurker off on the edge is going to take off Ruben's life. The swing wide means that Paula is able to find it. That should give him answers. They're now going to rush for B.
In they will go, but Krizen there with the op finds one, looks for the second, gets just that. 2 for 2 on the shots coming through. Needs to find some more though, looking to peek and will get it as well. Seamed will take the lead, heading onto their T half as Fred shuts it out. Krizen with a 3k to clean things through. And I gotta say, Seamed are looking good, but as the sides switch, as Seamed head themselves to the T side, they need to take a first round. They need to establish a clear lead.
Yeah. That's going to be the call that they have, and looking alive here, an option can be made. I'll kind of wait and see, as we do see a little bit of a flash going out. This is a heavy lean towards A, and that's going to be the shot. Sierra finding one. This is looking great for a scene. They're looking amazing here so far, and they want to continue as Sucker is wanting to make it a clean sweep. That's 3 for none. Sierra living on a prayer, but it's more than enough for the round. Tech takes out Gron and says, nope, we're not done just yet. Niflox as well, holding down CT spawn. It's a corralling of the CTs as the plant goes good. And it seemed with 3 alive, saying, now we just got to play for the retake.
Fred playing on top of the boost, top of triple, just looking through to CT. Flashbang over will allow the peek, but Tech and Niflux have to push. Time is ticking away from that bomb. In they will go. Is the timing there? Fred flashed in yet again, but has to not peek. Just bides their time, and Aseemed are in such a good position. There's another flashbang, and Tricked are annexed from this round. Away they will have to run. Away go their hopes of a 17th round here, as look at that. Fred will walk to his death, but it doesn't matter. Tech is going to fall. The op is off the board, and that's going to be an Aseemed round. Niflux will fall as well. Aseemed are on to match point.
Yep. This is all down to the wire here, and I want to see the weapons that Tricked Esport decide to bring out here. It's questionable, right? It's questionable, but they're going with the M4A1Ss. They're saying this is our bread and butter, no ops to work with. Tech, I don't think, could purchase one even if you wanted to, so it's going to be the chance. Apollo, though, and Ruben find a phenomenal mid-play. They annihilate two, and it's Aseemed on the back foot, on a heavy back foot, as they are treated to a potential ace here. But the spray underneath is good. Gron is able to take one before falling. It's down to a 1v4, and Krizen, with a couple flashbangs, goes, well, this is my time to ride or die. It's a dangerous spot with a bomb down on A. That's a spray of one, and Apollo shuts it down. 6th round of OT. Aseemed need to win this one if they want to finish it here.
We are going the distance ×2 as we will head to our 36th round of this one. I gotta say, double OT seems likely, but Aseemed have been looking good. There's no op on the board on this Tricked Esports side, so they're opting to not bring out the big green gun. And I gotta wonder why. Tech has shown up with it. They've locked down sites with it time and time again. There's the information, though. So, the opener, nobody really taking massive control off of it, but there is the opener. Gron flashed in by Krizen, and there's Aseemed taking a clear lead.
Yeah, these teams, I feel, off of that first frag, it's always that team, right? Yes, Tricked had some awesome shots, but in this overtime, it always seems whoever gets the first kill usually is going to run away with the round. But with the return fire, Striker now falling, and Fred followed as well. Tricked Esport are saying, listen, we're not going to go quietly into the night. The spray is good. Apollo finds Krizen and says, no problem. I got this in the bag. Leave A to me.
Gron is sitting on a site, though, waiting for this to rotate back in, and Apollo is aware of the possibility, so why push back onto the site when you don't have to? The information is not there for Aseemed. They don't know exactly where he is, other than the fact that he's in the general area of Palace and they can't see him. So, generality being what it is, they have to be aware. And there they are, but they can't do anything about it. Gron is sitting on this A site, and in comes this push. Apollo looking for something, but opts not to. Continuing to bide their time. Sucker pushing up the con position, and this will be the A site taken. There's one person towards the CT side. Gron will just smoke that off, and with no regard whatsoever for him, you have to just get this bomb planted. That's exactly what they'll do. Sierra looking to put it down, does just that, but barely. Tech gets one, but it's traded back. Niflux will fall, and here comes this retake. Sucker finding one, will get just that. It's down to the 1 versus 2. Aseemed needing to clean this thing out, but there's the tap. It's a fake at that, and Sucker seems aware of it. There's another tap. In comes the spray. It won't hit. It looks like we're going to a second OT. We are indeed. Apollo will stick it, and we're going to a double OT.
And Sucker almost made it out. If the spray transfer had hit, if you get that lucky shot in the smoke, that could have been the game ender. That could have been this week 1 game done. It was so close. It was so close. Sucker has to be kicking himself, but it was a tough shot, right? It was very, very tough to manage, and honestly, getting that one on the swing was good enough. Now into OT2, we're looking at another rush. Apollo saying he wants to take that chance. Keep in mind, these opening rounds have swung both ways. It's always so difficult to tell, and Aseemed are saying, look, we don't even want to take that chance. We're going to play it our usual style, which is a 4-1 stack with a lurk all the way back.
Oh my goodness, Sucker's just going to push through, and Aseemed looking to take yet another lead. Niflux in a good position, finds one, needs to find more, looking for the second, and look at the frags coming through. Tricked have brought it to the 2 versus 2, but this one is not over just yet. Nades and Molotovs galore on both sides, but utilities there. Tricked need a retake, and they need a quick one at that. Another Molotov towards now the market door, and Apollo needs to push. All picked up, and Striker's low. Both players 30 HP between them. On the other side, it's 174 combined. Apollo sees him and gets the kill. There's the frag. The other player towards the pillar needs to push in. Look at that. Gron looking for the frag, but both players are low. One shot for both of them. Smoke put down, but it doesn't matter. Striker's going to win the round, and Tricked will take the lead.
All right, back to square one. Back to square one. It's kicking off all over again. Tricked go ahead and take this one. Remember, but it was a seamed on the flip side that were able to take so many rounds in a row. So this first round feels almost inconsequential, right? Tricked Esport took it last time as well, I believe. Now moving into the second as seamed. Prepped him ready with 5 AKs hard. Once again, Sierra is the lurker, launching out a smoke into connector, trying to block that zone off. The mid run and spray, though. Fred is able to find Ruben's life.
Not a single frag gotten. Oh my goodness, Fred gets a second as well. A little bit of a note for all of you just joining us, looking for that 8 p.m. Central Time game. Los Reyes and SERA and B Group will be played as soon as this game ends. We're going to take a quick break, but they are playing off stream. Los Reyes have another game to be played in about an hour, so they're getting started. Stick around, though. We will cover them as soon as this thing ends, but it doesn't look like it's going to end. Trades continuing to come through, both frags and rounds. But Striker, in a 1 versus 3, this may just be a way for Asim to come back.
Oh, I think so. We're going back to the tied games. It's a never-ending tug of war that started all the way back in the mid-game, all the way back at 10-10, 11-11, 12-12. We're going to continue forever, it feels like, and it's going to come down to a test of endurance. Who cracks first? Which team is going to give up a crucial round?
This game will never end. I'm sorry, Orbital. We are stuck here forever. It's what's that song? I think it's called The Song That Never Ends. It just, this thing will continue forever. It is, as what a wise purple man once said, inevitable. But seemed they're going to put themselves onto 19, and the goal here, for all of you who are just joining us, it is OT, so it's a best of 6 rounds. The first team to 4 of those possible 6 will take it. We started at 18 here for double OT, so the first one to 22 will take it. Each of these squads need 3 of our following 5 rounds, or 3 of our following 4 rounds to close it out, and with the way they're playing, I just don't think it's going to happen.
100%. It is not going to happen. I feel it in my bones that we're going to get another one. Like, it's not that they are going to lose the rounds. It's stuff like this. They run right by each other and immediately sprint in. Asim are just done. They say, screw it, we're chasing in. Tech is going to get a huge shot off. It's going to fall right after. Niflox is going to take Sierra's life. And then Fred will take Niflox's. An exchange of blows all around leaves Asim a little bit better in this scenario with the plant going down. It is Marketplace where Tricked Esports are posted up.
Waiting. That's all they have to do is wait for the push. Tricked looking to push through, and they need this round. If you head onto the T side, you need to get the lead. Striker sees the shadow, looks for Fred. The peek comes at the worst time for both players. In goes the push. There's the 1-for-1. Striker needs to find both, though. Fred, aware of them, but here comes the second peek. He gets it! Oh my gosh, Striker lines them up.
God.
He knocks them both down, and Tricked will go up onto 20. They will take the lead going into OT number 2 halftime. But if we've seen anything, Asim are anything but out of this.
Like, remember when I said Tricked Esport? It doesn't feel like they're winning these off of coordinated team play. It's their individual performances. It's these players that step up when it matters. They're doing it again. They're doing it again. Striker with that win. Now it's 20-19. Asim on the back foot. They need to close this down hard in the face of adversity. This is going to be a rough one. Now Kristen out with the op. I really like this call. We didn't get to see it from Tricked, and it's working. First kill takes down the all-star from last round.
That's what you need. The opener going your way, especially on the CT side. It interrupts any possibility of a 5vx scenario on a site, and the rushes are just made that much more difficult. Tech looking to take some ground in mid, but there's one player sitting up on top of that vents position, up in the ladder room scaffold, whatever you call it. Ruben takes 80 damage, or 60 damage, sorry, I can't count, as he does back out. But Tricks are in an awful scenario. They don't have map control, they don't have a man advantage, and, well, one of their players is already below half. I gotta be honest with you, Orbital, I think we're about to be tied yet again.
I feel that as well, and so far, I will say the most hilarious part is, again, for League GG here in this opening season of 2022, our record, at least for the league, is currently OT3 at, I believe, around 5. That is our current record. If we beat it on the next day, it's going to get out of hand very, very quickly. It's down to Niflux, though, 2 with a collateral. And that's a very nice one to have, but you got to do it 3 more times. You need the full team ace if you want to take this win. Gonna be questionable. The plant goes down and a hop through and market is going to give way to the shot, and Gron finishes it off. Just like that, as you stated, like, you're a prophet, a very, very good prophet, as we go to 20 and 20, moving into round 5 of 6.
Yeah, again, I just want to restate this. I know some people are here for the Los Reyes game. I'm sorry, but I think this game's a little bit more fun to watch, at least for the time being, considering it's 20 to 20. We will have a 3-minute break or so in between the end of this and hopping into the middle of the Los Reyes game. They have already started. One of the teams have an important game in about an hour or so, or 50 minutes. So they got started already. But I gotta say, it's the beginning few rounds versus the end of a possible OT2 or 3. I think I'm picking the OT2, and you can see exactly why. Sierra bringing out the bench push and a one-way smoke. That's the first time I've seen this, and we've already played 40 rounds of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, this is... They're bringing out all the stops here. They're saying, listen, leave no stone unturned. We have to do everything in our power to take this game. So far, it is Strict Esport getting another chance on this site. They're pushing in. They have gotten the plant down. Of course, with the smokes clearing, as seemed to have clear line of sight. No op in hand, but AKs galore. 5 AKs total, and then an A1S. Rounding it out for Sierra. But all 3 are actually punched into market. This is actually going to make it really easy for Trick to spot them out. And yeah, that gives Apollo 1.
Looking for more, though. Apollo falls. There's 1, but he cannot get a second. Gron in a 1 versus 2. It needs to be the clutch, or a seemed need to force a 3rd OT. Tech is seen, but does not die. Tricked Esport will take another match point and will put us up onto OT number 2, round number 6. This is round 42 of Mirage, and I don't think we're done yet. Aseemed are not out of this one just yet.
Yeah, no way at all, and it's a rush. Trick say, screw it, we're rushing, but they're immediately stopped by a molly. No, they're chancing it. They just say, screw it, we knew it was coming, we have to get on the site, and you can still see one more member over there. Fred takes out Ruben. The rush is dead, and it strikes Grom, takes out another. It's going into OT3. It feels like Tech. Can Tech save it? Can Tech make it happen? A huge nade wipes across 3. They're gonna eat so much damage. It's right into the face. Crazen with the barrel stuff. That'll be a no-scope to Tech's dome. And it's 2 versus 4. Sucker finds Niflux. We're looking for a few more. Fred does it. OT3.
We are not done on Mirage just yet. These teams have been even. We talked about it. I believe your exact words going into this one. I think we may see a triple OT yet again. I know I had it yesterday, but I want to see it again. And guess where we are, Orbital? We are in to the 43+ round range, as these teams will not separate. Nobody taking that 2-round advantage that you ever so need in OT. And you can see exactly why. That's a nice shot from Tech. Good night, Sierra. Dropped early, and there's an opener that Tricked have been missing, but it seemed they are just not giving up. Opening frags have really gone both ways, but I gotta say, it's been up to who can finish off the rounds.
Yeah. Originally, it was whoever got the first one, good to go, you get the win. Now it's just all hands on deck until the last person falls, and it seemed putting some emphasis over here on A. Trick did a rush, I believe, onto A last time, so kind of playing into that mentality, but it was a B rush in the earlier stages of that OT that was able to net them that advantage. All nades going out, though. They're clearing out those angles and looking at connectors, so they are fading towards that side, and now it's spotted. Fred loses his life.
Fred is domed, and honestly, that was so clean from Striker. Down to 10 HP, needs to clear out a main, looking to do just that, and will somehow. Gron on full HP loses the fight, looking for another frag. Seemingly, Krizen can't seem to hit the broadside of a barn, much less a player sitting in front of him. Krizen's been so consistent throughout this game, but the issue is, it's crunch time, and Tricked are looking to crunch the numbers and really put themselves in lead. They've at least guaranteed themselves a 22nd round. This time around, 25 is the number you're looking for. But Tricked, Sucker's not even going to be able to save his gun. Apollo's going to push around, and no way Sucker looks at this. You can see exactly what? Oh no. Apollo, this is why we can't have nice things. Oh no.
Shooting at the wall there. You have to hear the jump. I love the hopping on top. Sucker's like, hey, you can't hit me. You can't hit me. Trick, though, moving up in the row. So to keep in mind how this plays out, if Tricked Esport are able to win these next, I believe, 3 in a row, they will not have gone over the record in this current state of the league. Current state is OT3 at 5 rounds of 6, and that was just yesterday, I believe, in the Finnish league. It'll be crazy to see, though. This is going to be a huge blow down in the mid. Sierra going to lose their life, but the damage is done. 3v2 now, making some waves as Tricked Esports, hoping to eke out a 2-round advantage here in OT3.
The goal here for both teams is to play really as a team. Unless you're gambling on a seamed, then you need to separate and try and play your 1v3s to perfection. But I just don't think it's going to happen. They are setting up smokes on this T side. You can see everybody with a smoke in their hand. You will line up your full A utility. Out they go, and in goes this Tricked side. There's your jungle smoke. The Stairs smoke soon to follow, and over should go that CT smoke just the same, assuming they just want it there. Fred looking for a shot through, will not find it. He's sitting on top of this Stairs position. Molotov towards default. That will hit, but won't find anybody. Looking for this bomb plant, looking for this round is Tricked, but the retake is already here.
Yep, this is going to be so dangerous, and again, with the smokes out, that's going to be the shot. Tech says he is so done right now, takes everything into his own hands, and annihilates the last 2. That will put him at 2 above here. They need 1 more to put them on match point. They want to take a clean lead. They don't want to let a seamed round things out once again.
Seemed need this round. If they don't get it, there's no way Trip drop all 3 on their CT side. Sucker's pushing through mid, A1S in hand. There are 2 SMGs for a Seamed. That shows you how dire the economy is in OT. You only get $10,000. It lasts you for 2 rounds, and then you're starting to go broke, especially if you bring in those ups. But thus far, it's not looking good for a Seamed. Ruben, another opener. Fred to drop. There's the 2-for-1 trade, but they're just pushing on to A. They have no care in the world. Another A execute coming in. That connector smoke misses. That's the most important part. But I gotta say, a Seamed have 1 chance and 1 chance only to come back in it, and they're being shut down. Sucker finds 2, though. He looks for the 3rd. He runs out of ammo. There's another one. He's looking for the frag. No! Krizen will keep a Seamed alive and deny that T-side sweep.
Oh my gosh. Light, what are we watching here? I know I said I wanted OT, but not this long. Oh, this is phenomenal, though. Seemed have consistently surprised me, right? They are consistently getting some phenomenal sets and phenomenal plays off where it feels like it shouldn't, right? It's like taking a page out of Trick's book and just saying, here, have at it. This is what we're playing for. So I want to see it happen again. I do really want to see some of these members. Gron has honestly caught my eye still, but he's only at 30, right? Sucker and Krizen have risen above and beyond. 38 and 36 for them. Kept themselves well above that headline, and it's getting intense here.
I still can't believe you just said only at 30. That's where we're at right now. That's how we've gotten to this point. These teams yet to separate themselves, and we've now reached 45 rounds of play. You know what that means? We are guaranteed to at least tie the record thus far. But neither of these squads are out of the woods just yet. Aseemed need to sweep here in the second half of OT number 3 in order to take it. Tricked only need 2 of 3 rounds, and on the CT side, that is more than possible because that's what these teams average. It was that 66% or so of those CT-sided rounds is exactly what they picked up.
Yep, this is looking like a tantalizing round, but once again, it's Mitten mid and Ruben able to punch back. Seem gonna have to run into this a little bit worse for wear, but Gron is able to even things up. Apollo able to fire back. It's gonna be a trade back and forth, favors only one side. Tricked Esport setting things up for a retake as Fred is going to get the plant down. Smoke is out to corridor off this mid and jungle. That's a great kill again, and just like that, it's over. Aseemed sweep the last 3 in quick fashion.
You said sweep the last 3, and I was talking about rounds when the round started, and I was like, wait a second, they've already won? Did I look away for too long? What the heck happened? No, I'm just losing my mind. That's what happens when you get this far in OT, and now we are guaranteed to beat the record. We are. Each of these teams need to win both rounds in order to take it here in OT3, so we're at least guaranteed to get to the final round of OT3. We are going to beat the record here. Let's go.
Why would you say that? Why would you say?
Because I can.
That's fair, that's fair. And I gotta agree, I love the power that these players are putting out. Even OT3 in, they are putting out their 100%. No one is slacking off, and right here, Trick Eastward go ahead and open with 2. They lost 1 in collateral, but I think that's enough because the majority share of Aseemed are all on B. This should be a nice market hold. They are sending 1 back to try and get some information, but with the plant going down on B, the information has been given. Are they going to split, though? If they all run for market, we know what happened last time when CTs tried to sprint into market, all from the same direction. It was a massacre for the Ts.
Oh, no. And they'll go. All 4 players through the doors. There's one looking for the second. It's a mow down, as you said. All 4 players will fall. Aseemed take match point.
All right. I don't want to harp on anyone too much, but that exact same scenario happened earlier in the OT, I believe. It happened earlier in the OT, and it was run back again. I really hoped it didn't happen. That was the one thing I didn't want to see, but it did. They ran through, they got mowed down, and it seemed they just need 1 more. They are not going to get that opportunity again. They are not going to get the opportunity over on B to have Trick kind of sprint because it's the 3-man stack instead. Instead, this is a phenomenal play. This is the coordinated strike. They're going to sprint in. They get 1. Gron leading the charge. They got to get the 1 under hell. And will they get it? Yes, they do. Gron with the clearance. Gron says he's done. He is so done. And it's down to 3 members of Trick to bring it back.
Retake has to come through. FAMAS, MP9, Deagle on the 3 players. Niflox, Ruben, and Tech, respectively. In will come this push. Fred sitting on the ticket. There's 1. Looking for the second. He cannot find the shot, and he will fall because of it. Tech from the side with a little bit of help, and Niflox on that front side just the same. FAMAS, though, it's so difficult, and Tech in a 1 versus 4 to keep them alive will do anything but. Aseemed will take us in Mirage. They will win 25-23. They take it at the end of all 3 overtimes.
I mean, oh my gosh, we broke the record twice in a single week, but unfortunately we can't talk about it too much because we have to get ready for the next match. They're already about 9 rounds in, so I'd love to stop and talk about it. Maybe we can talk about it at the end of this broadcast, but we're going to go to a very short break, about 3 minutes for those ready for the next match, for those wanting to go ahead and take a look, I believe, at Los Reyes and Sarah NB Group. We are going to go to just 3 minutes, go get some popcorn, go get some water, and we'll be right back.
Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Done it, I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, if she don't love money. She break hearts real fast like gunman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy. I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Hold no cover, no get to you clean and proper.
There's no shortcut, no cheat code. All you got is you and the grind. And the whole army of randoms trying to stop you. Trying to be better than you. Trying to piss in your prize pool. And they can try all day, you go all night. Make every click count. Delete them all. Cause when you dedicate your life to this, it's more than winning. It's everything. Prime for glory.
All right, and welcome back. We are here with the Los Reyes versus Sarah NB Group game here for week number 1, and of course we are underway already. As we stated, one of these teams already had to have a very quick match, get ready to get going. So we're about halfway in. As you can see, 12 rounds already completed, 13th on the board, with Sarah NB Group putting up some impressive numbers, but Percy on the flip side ready to make it look good as soon as he knows he's on stream.
Yeah, Norby on the other side, though, 1 versus 3 now, gets one the other way. And for all of you who are just joining us, that was a heck of a game. Tricked, they tried so much, but they fall 23-25, but that's the reason we're joining mid-game. They went to the end of the 3rd OT, and that's how long it took to close that one out. Now, it's Sarah and Los Reyes in this best of 1. They're playing on Nuke, and you can see it's already Los Reyes looking to clean things up. Oh my goodness, the fake and the shot. Norby keeps themselves alive, and the bomb will go down. It's a post-plant scenario. This is possible, but no. He tries the fake, and he big brains himself to the grave. Even on the bottom floor, you can still go 6 feet under. And Los Reyes bring themselves within 1.
Yeah, looks like we're ready to go for another close game, and I'm honestly also excited again, right? Maybe not OT. You know what? Maybe I jinxed this last time. Maybe not OT, but I would love to see another close match. Seeing more of the talent that's here in this league. That's exactly what I want to see in week 1 and all the matches, right? I want to see how much exceptional players we get to watch and kind of track throughout a majority of this season. You can see it there. That swing was beautiful.
Norby, good play, but in the end, it will not matter. Los Reyes have the money here, and Sarah are just going to save things up. You can see Percy finds one. They're just going to look for some more. This nade's going to hit as well. That's going to do the damage, and will take out Vance and do a little bit more into FPM just the same. This is just mowing them down. Massacre on the outside position. Galax in a 1v5, a Glock in hand, and not a single dollar spent in this one. It's an ace possibility for Percy, but I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't think his team's going to give it to him. Oh, he does! Oh, yay!
Oh man, that's so mean. Lax was hiding in the corner, but I think because the door didn't close fully, it was very obvious where he was. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. That was very, very entertaining. But right here, Percy, we gotta give props, right? Even though this is even though that was an eco round, it still looks dang good to hold out on the outside without taking any real damage. So very, very huge props here.
Yeah, that's where I get all my frags. That's how I justify myself playing Counter-Strike. I get eco frags. That's all I needed to do. Doing your due diligence on the CT side, though, crossing your T's, dotting your I's. That's exactly what you need to do if you're on the CT side, and they need to take the lead here. Corona takes that frag, and honestly, I think Corona's taken a few too many frags throughout this year. But nonetheless, some frags back and forth. Oh, I thought that was funny. But Los Reyes, it's a challenging scenario to retake B, especially in this 3 versus 3.
Oh, it was a good joke. It was a great joke even, but we got to talk about that. Oh man, getting underway though again at Tide. Los Reyes looking like they're ready to go because they're about to take the lead here in the final round of the half. So we will try and see if they can make it happen. Again, they are split a little bit more. It is a 2-split top and then 1 down below. With that kill though, FBM is out. So Alex is gonna go ahead and say thank you very much for that extra frag. Vance now with the bomb in hand though is gonna have to make the impossible happen with the 3K to end the round.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. You need to find at least one player, but Alex repositions to the CT box and will clean out the half. Los Reyes looked good, and to say the least, they were a strong squad coming into this. We knew they were good, but I gotta say, Sarah, they need a good start to their own CT side. That's exactly how you come back in maps like this. And by the way, the sides have switched. Los Reyes do have the lead.
Yes, we are going to take a look there. There we go. Hello, hello. So, I think so. Really?
Yeah, we're
yes.
good.
Okay, correct. Brain not working for me at least. That was an unfortunate scenario. So, yep, we're getting underway again here with this next round, and again, we'll see if Percy can pull off the same kind of performance that he just had. Of course, Alex, before all these games popped off, it was good. Oh, Lax caught napping up in the crow's nest.
That's absurd. The 45-degree flick coming through, and Alex just domes Norby to the grave. That's such a difficult scenario. Vance has to find a frag here, missing seemingly every shot, and Alex gets another. Looking for more. In comes this push. Alex on to 3. Corona with the final. There's a full house of frags for you. Our cards players are happy yet again, and Los Reyes are looking good on Nuke.
This is looking great for them. And again, they were down for quite some time, right? They were down, I think, at 7-5 when we first saw them. So they have completely shut Sarah NV Group out of the more recent ones. And I have to give props for them for that. Now taking a look, though. AK's in hand. With the smokes going out, it is going to be Sarah NV Group looking like they want to run with the Deagles. That will put them in a little bit of a tough econ situation. I think Deags do enough econ damage to kind of rough them up for that 3rd round purchase. But I'm not too sure. We'll just have to wait and see what happens, or even if Sarah MD Group can come away with this round with some exceptional Deag play shots.
Yeah, if Sarah can take it back, then you're looking good. Percy's looking for the frag, though, and Vance needs to stay alive here. You need to continue to have those players alive later in rounds, because that's when you inflict the most damage, when the most chaos happens. And earlier on, you don't have to have many chaotic situations unless you force it on the economic side. Corona dropping, and you can see the push is going to come through across, but Los Reyes are biding their time, and honestly, perfectly so. Norby, waiting on the other side of this door, needs to get a headshot if Percy opens it. You can see the crosshairs right there. All you have to do is pull the trigger, but they're pushing through lobby, and they're going to fall for it. M1 with 2. Percy with a 3rd. There's one back the other way as FBM's going to push, but will fall just as quickly. Ooh. This round seemingly all but over. Vance needs to find a frag. Will not do so as the MAC-10 gets a kill and will even pick up that AK in the end. Los Reyes, all they lose is a man and a MAC-10.
Yeah. And they still have an extra round to play with, right? We can, and I was correct. Taking a look at Sarah NB Group, all of them are under 4K, which I label as the minimum that you can purchase, full buy purchase, right? That's where you usually buy out an entire round. You get all the utility kit. Underneath, if you're sitting about 3,500 or 32, you can actually buy, I think, light armor and a rifle, but it's not as great, so you don't want to, right? No reason to do that. And that's why we see just a save here. So these are kind of almost free rounds handed over to Los Reyes. If all you lose is one, I think that's going to be the call. However, if you get two, Percy goes down and okay. Oh, I thought that was a Los Reyes number. Nope. It's just going to be the finisher, and losing two, I think, is the standard. Los Reyes go from a 8-7 score to an 11-7 score in very quick fashion.
Yeah, Jarko with 2 kills, and actually no, Percy took one of those away, so Percy got 2 of those kills. But Los Reyes, like you said, they come back and they put themselves up 6 rounds in a row and up 4 rounds entirely over their opponents. This is a good start to the second half. Here is their bonus-ish round, I suppose. It's really a full gun round if you really look at it. There's a nice Molotov. That will waste some time, but no, it's not quick enough. Jarko does not care whatsoever and just pushes through. There's secret control already for Los Reyes. Nice nade, though.
Yeah, that was very, very interesting to watch there, actually. Because Jarko ran straight through, I think it gave Sarah an unbalanced idea of who actually made it across. So you can see him actually backing off and taking some different angles, which has allowed Corona to actually make in and take out FBM. Nordby was able to take out Jarko, but M1 was able to find Nordby. So this collateral, this cascade of events has netted Los Reyes once again a man advantage. And with positional, strategic, advantageous positionings, it's actually Sarah NB Group wondering if they're getting pinched.
And they are. M1's on the left side of Vance here. There's no way you clear this corner, and you can't blame him for it. M1 will get a free kill. Galax is going to drop down the vents and has not been seen, most importantly. Percy's just watching. Oh, no, the timing. He won't get the kill, and Hax will get the timing perfect. Looking to now push onto this A site. You can see Galax is still below, and the walk up that ladder will cost Hax some ground, having to push back, and will grab an AK just for it. You can see it's being held by the op, and look at the shot coming through. Galax in a 1 versus 3. That's the save, and that's another round for Los Reyes. Now up to 7 straight rounds.
This is getting out of hand here. Sarah NB Group do not want to fall like this, not winning a single round in the second half here. So hiding out, saving over an M4. I do believe there's an op that you could try and run for, but at the same time, they'll be giving away your position, so no real reason to do so, right? Los Reyes are going to walk with a 12th and most likely a 13th as well. Taking a look at the econ that Sarah NB Group will get, it shouldn't be enough to full buy here. They're not that far deep, unless they want to sacrifice the nades, which unfortunately I think is their bread and butter for getting away from Los Reyes. These holds, though, it was a great attempt by Norby, just shooting a bit too high on that second one.
Yeah, Los Reyes are playing the pivotal outside position to perfection. You could see the ground taken early on, and that's exactly what you need. You could see the push coming through, Jarko taking that outside control, and then just allowing his team, hey, push the garage, push around towards CT. M1 was in a perfect position to deal with it, and you could see exactly why. Los Reyes need to continue with this. If they drop around, it's not the end of the world, but Sarah NB Group, they need to win something, and look at their money. I don't even know if you can call this a full buy potential, much less a full buy ability, because look at Galax, the only one with anything, and really because he saved it. So the rest of the squad, it's a half buy at best, but in all fairness, we've seen hero rifles work out before.
Yeah, we have, but in this situation, I have to give huge props to the Los Reyes, right? That last round, that's one of the few rounds I've been able to dissect so cleanly because of how clean their macro was, right? Just watching them play the map to that extent and to mess with your opponent's mind, normally it just feels like a jumble, right? It just feels like a jumble of players running around, and that's what happens. No, Los Reyes went in with a solid plan. They knew the buy round came out. They knew the econ advantage that they had, and were able to manage forward from there. And for them to be able to do that just speaks volumes to their teamwork. And you can see it here once again, Jarko through the smoke, baby. You cannot let him get away with that.
Jarko's the only person that could spray transfer onto somebody they saw for a split second through a smoke. I'm sorry, you're not supposed to be able to do that. Yeah,
3 seconds later, he got the kill.
I don't understand. Vance does get one down below, though, so Yarko is punished for being low HP already, but both players are down below, and that's the A site given over. It has to be a retake scenario. In all fairness, Galax and Vance both have both rifles, and Galax has a kit, so it's not out of the question, but it's going to be so very difficult for this to happen. Galax does get one, though, so that's an opening you're looking for. It's a 2 versus 2, and I gotta say, this is looking strong for Sarah, but they have to push quickly, and if they waste too much time, that's the round gone.
I'm kind of curious. Well, Vance said, I'm ready to go. That's going to be 1 with 1 in heaven and 1 below.
No.
Oh, Corona missed it. No. What? The swing is good. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, misses the first shot. Are you going to get the swing?
Uh-oh.
The flight shot, Corona. Are you kidding me? No scope to win it. Los Reyes drop him. And that is going to be the 13th for Los Reyes.
That's absurd. I'm sorry. Look at that. Smoke pops, and a second later he gets the kill. The spray transfer, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to be able to do that. This is not just some random scrim. You're playing in week 1 of leagues. That you shouldn't be able to do that. M1 does get an opener, and yet again, M1's coming out with frags. Look at the KD, by the way. M1 is just 20 and 12 already, and we're only in the 20th round. That's absurd.
Los Reyes making themselves known as another powerhouse squad. And look at the backup that they had. That was a 3-man sprint down to the B side into the underside of Nuke here. And they were still able to power through, right? They are keeping check of each other. This is a well-polished, well-oiled machine here. With Corona hanging out on the backside, is going to be looking for a little bit of a window opportunity. They do need to flush out Vance. Vance having a large opportunity to get a couple of trigger control is good. And the mowdown is even better. Vance knocks out 2.
1 versus 3. This is the round that Sarah need. But remember, Los Reyes still have the cash in the bank. Not so much as you'd expect after they picked up the last 8 rounds in a row. But they're still not broke. Corona needs to find an opening pick, and it's so difficult to do so. Nobody's giving him a fight, and oh no, he drops as soon as he shoots. Hax will get a free kill. The up will be picked up earlier on by FBM, and Sarah will finally get around after dropping 8 in a row, plus whatever they may have dropped before that, because we only joined at that point.
Yeah. I think from the reporting that we got, it was no more than 2 more before that, right? They were at 4-3 at one point, so I would assume no more than 2 more tacked on, either that or that was a score that we saw, right? That was just 1 right there, and then they lost the next ones. But either way, as you were saying, they broke that streak, and now they have a chance to climb back. Los Reyes, though, really don't want that to happen. This is another bye round. They have zeroed out the rest of their econ as well. So they want to make sure they don't lose here. FBM going to make it so hard on them, though. Nordby as well. Galax and Nordby just mowed down 4 total. That's going to be Corona, though, trying his best to maintain that hold. At least get 2 or 3 more, maybe 1 or 2 tops. I mean, this is an opper holding a wide angle.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you don't walk into an op with your knife out, especially when you're just walking. That's a good rule of thumb, if I do say so myself. But Sarah are now threatening for double digits. Los Reyes are looking good, but Sarah looking to come back into it. Los Reyes are going to save. And yeah, and you really have to on this T side. It's going to be an upgraded pistol, singular, as you can actually know. A second as well. I see a P250 on Yarko. Corona up to the Deagle. It's economic damage time. That's all you can really hope for on this Los Reyes side. Maybe, and I say maybe if you're hopeful, a bomb plant at most. But in comes this push, and Norby will fall. There's the 1-for-1 trade. That's an opener you're looking for if you're Los Reyes. You need to continue to do damage. And look at that. Corona gets another.
Corona is just nasty with some of these flicks. Alex as well with 19, right? They have so many players. The top fraggers are all alive right now. Los Reyes are just like, look, we got something going on. That's going to be a full clip emptied into the body of Vance. You know, normally you hear 1 dig. This is clip dig right there.
Yeah, but look at the manpower. Galax pushing out to outside. Corona is on for a possibility of a 4K and gets the 3rd. Oh no. This was almost a full save coming into it, and Hax is about to walk straight up into it. He will die because of it. Alex will no-scope Hax to the grave, and down to hell he goes. I mean, his body, I suppose, but Los Reyes, 14 plus economy. They barely spent $1,000 in that round. They only spent $1,000 in that round. Yet they won it in entirety.
Just convinces me that Los Reyes is another team that we want to watch. Even some of the other teams that we were talking about, right? I believe the first match of the day, Equip was even talking about Los Reyes, saying, hey, I'm kind of excited to play against Los Reyes, right? To get the chance to play against another team that they may have watched, scrimmed, or just kind of respected throughout the scene. And this is why Los Reyes are looking like they are a group to be feared. Sarah, though, still have a little bit of time to work with, right? It's not match point yet. Very, very close to. But that tag onto Alex gives him a little bit of wiggle room, gives him an opportunity as FPM just straight up annihilates Yarko.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through HLTV really quick. Los Reyes are 86 in the world as it stands. Peak at 78. So you're looking at a good team. And it's so difficult to play up against squads as consistent as we've seen here. I really want to see if they can continue with this consistency, because those 8 rounds in a row were absurd. You drop 2 and you pick up 1 just back the other way. It's down to the 4 versus 4. That's a good angle from Vance, playing it perfectly, but it's turned back the other way as Galax is dropped. It's still the 3 versus 3, even man count, but back and forth. Alex is one shot, and well, a headshot will do it. More than that overkill, if you do ask me, but the B site has fallen. That's the most important part.
Fallen, but for how long, right? You can see a very quick drop down. That is going to be Sarah and the group just kind of making their way forward. So it is going to be a chance to be made. Vance trying to play the wiggle room, but with the door open, yeah, that gives a lot of information over to that side. And Los Reyes, they want it. That's going to be a flick. He gets it. He hits those. One more to go. Corona is going to finish it off. Puts Los Reyes at match point.
15 on the board, and that's 10 of the previous 12 rounds. Absurd to say the least. Vance, that's a good angle, but M1 playing a stronger one, and Corona with 2 to clean it out. That's what you need if you're Los Reyes, looking to finish things off right here and right now. Sarah are on a weak bye, but weak byes have worked wonders here at Leagues GG, so we'll see if it does turn back the other way. There's the straight back and forth AD, and that's all you need to do. Sarah are in the 4 versus 3. This round is not over by any means.
No, not a chance. And just like that, I think the team proved you right. Los Reyes say, yeah, we agree with the casters. It's not even close to over. Let's go ahead and make it quick as Percy drops Galax. It's all down to Vance, and you can't beat the upper level Deeg. Corona is fittingly the last one to take that shot with a score of 24 and more. They will complete the 16-9 win and go ahead and make their way over to their next match. I believe this is actually this squad that was needing to hurry up the match, and they played like it.
Yeah, they realized, oh yeah, we have another game to play, so they are moving on. But that unfortunately, I'm gonna say unfortunately, means we won't get an interview. One thing that is nice is we're gonna see Tricked again. That's one notable thing. I really want to point out though, Tricked has already played 48 rounds today. On Mirage of all places. It's Obliviate versus Tricked. Orbital, if I'm Tricked here, I've probably already taken like a 20-minute nap. I want to go back to sleep. It's such a struggle scenario for Tricked to have to play against a team who's probably just played some warm-ups.
Yeah, and I think that our eyes are going to be on Tricked 100%, right? I love the fact that you pointed out that the endurance test is there, but that just makes it all more important. If Tricked are able to win this one, it proves that not only do they have the skill to take the victory, but I think they took the victory. No, they did not. I am very, very sorry. It's can you bounce back, right? It's a mental plus endurance that'll be a really big test. And I mean, if they can push it all the way to another overtime, huge props to them, right? If they can take the win as well, that'll show some mental resilience that will be needed in the playoffs. So we'll go ahead and give a little bit of time for our production to also get ready as we had hopped directly into this one. Please stick around. We'll be right back with our final match of the day here this Wednesday with Leagues GG.
Baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Boys, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping take it all night. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad man, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around, too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, with me, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden copper, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down.
Girl, show me how you jigger.
Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you rip it off? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? Yeah, you know that I'm bad. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad man, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around, too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, with me, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden copper, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock night. Show ya. Wish for me to call you when you're turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break hearts real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I don't understand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Oh, then cover, no get to your clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand you, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the call you when you're turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me down.
Girl, show me how you jigger.
Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you lick it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Wish for me to call you when you're turning me on. The way you telling me you wanted me.
There's no shortcut, no cheat code. All you got is you and the grind. And the whole army of randoms trying to stop you. Trying to be better than you. Trying to piss in your prize pool. And they can try all day, you go all night. Make every click count. Delete them all. Cause when you dedicate your life to this, it's more than winning. It's everything. Crime for glory.
And welcome back. We are ready to go for our final match of the evening. For those that have stuck around all the way from the beginning, we appreciate you, and hopefully this final game will be a banger as well. We have Obliviate versus Tricked. Obliviate fresh on the evening. Tricked, of course, having played a barn burner of a game in game number 2 of the day, going all the way to OT3, nice short of going OT4, and losing out to Aseemed.
So close, yet so far. Seemed to take that one. And after that, it was just a quick finish to Los Reyes. They just moved on. They went from 5-7 down to winning 16-9. As the kids say, it was quick and painless. But in all fairness, Los Reyes, I think, were the expected team to win. We had a conversation earlier after our game one. Atlantic agreed. It was equipped to say Los Reyes are a good squad that you do not want to go up against unless you're looking for a very, very, very good opponent. We saw exactly why, and Los Reyes take it. I gotta say, I'm headed into this last game. I have not seen Obliviate in a very long time. I saw them in another tournament about 3 months ago, and I saw them for a very short period of time. I've seen Tricked a lot, and I know Tricked are good, but they've also played 48 rounds of Counter-Strike. If I get anywhere above 30 in a single day, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, it's just at that point, just shut off the monitor, just let the game run its course, and you're good to go. Unfortunately, that is something that we do have to talk about because the endurance test that these players have to kind of work through is something that we expect them to actually be able to do on a consistent level. Reason being is they will have to play a best of 3 in the future, and I feel like at that point, 30 rounds is considered barely any rounds at all, considering you might go to all 3 games, right? Like so. In this instance, is that something that you prefer to see a team be strong at the beginning, or kind of see them progress through, right? Like being able to take those longer games and still feel really good at the end about it.
I'm really looking for Trick to come out of the gate swinging. That's what they need. There's no way that they're going to keep that endurance that they did in game 2, at least game 2 that we saw today. But they're a good team. I will give them that. They're a very strong squad. We've seen that this season. We saw it last season, and we can justify it in saying they are a team that you don't want to go up against. But I think in this situation, if Obliviate was going to go up against anybody in week 1, it's a team that's already played a lot of Counter-Strike already, and nobody's going into best of 1s expecting, oh, let's go play a game and a half of full-blown gun rounds. Yet, Tricked had to do that so much on Mirage, and guess where we're going, Orbital? We are going back to Mirage.
Have you ever felt a sense of deja vu kicking in? Have you ever felt a sense of impending doom as Obliviate? I don't know how they manipulated the map vetoes, but we're back, right? And to be fair, it might be tricked. So there are 2 ways that I always look at it. One is, oh dang, we made too many mistakes and the other team did as well, and we don't want to come to this map ever again. Or it's the other way around, saying, well, it was just 1 or 2 mistakes that we made along the road. It wasn't the map, it's just our play that needs to get cleaner. And it seems that maybe Trick felt the same, or else they probably would have banned Mirage outright out of the gates of the veto. So maybe they think that they should still have plenty of chances working forward. And I mean, if they do win, that'll be a really fun interview to bring up.
Yeah, Tricked, they have the practice. That's one thing to note. And it's not only that Trick didn't make many mistakes, it's that they played up against a very strong opponent. Aseemed were there at seemingly every single point in the game, coming back from 15-13 to end up winning the game in triple overtime. I don't think we can highlight that enough. They played 18 rounds of OT and still won. That's absurd. For all of you mathematologists out there, they played an extra 9 rounds on each side. Oh my gosh, I could never. I don't like either side of Counter-Strike. I don't like Mirage that much. I've played it. I play it every so often, but Mirage is only exciting every so often. And, well, it seems like we're headed straight into things. Fridio getting the opener, and Paula, going back to that same boost we've seen before, Obliviate are looking for this lockdown, and it's actually tricked on this CT side. And now that I notice things, we're just not in an actual pistol round. This is we're just chilling.
That's a fun one. Tech and Ruben pull a collateral, and then Kengan pulls a collateral on Frit. So yeah, we're not started yet, but I love it. I love the fact that you can see Trick's still having a bit of fun, and I think that's something to really be said. It doesn't seem like you can glean a lot from a messing around round, but just messing around, taking shots, probably cracked a couple jokes, and that's where the shot came in. It's just like, listen, we don't crack that joke here. That was one too far. You don't get to say that again.
That was. I think they were trying to take out my Corona joke on their teammates in that one. But
God.
yeah. Orbital. I want to get predictions though. We have Tricked, we have Obliviate. We've gotten a little bit of information on Obliviate. Again, I've seen them a little while ago. They're a good team, but Tricked are so well drilled on Mirage. We saw them up against a seamed of all squads, and they put up. I don't even know if you can call that a good fight, a great fight. It's one for the ages, one for leagues entirely. I gotta say though, with the fact that they are so well drilled, and they've had give or take about 30 minutes to put some time behind them. I gotta give Tricked this one. Obliviate, as strong as a squad as they are, I think Tricked are gonna take this. And if they come out of the gate swinging, I don't think it's gonna be close.
Ooh. You know what? I like that. I will actually take it the other way then, and we'll play both sides of the coin here, mainly because a long match and a loss tends to, in my opinion, wear on the mental quite a bit. And at the very end, I do feel I did see a very slight drop in terms of mechanics, the accuracy coming out of Tricked. It looked like they were a little bit rougher around the edges. So I feel Obliviate might have it. If these two teams are as good as we give them credit for, and of course it is week 1, right? It is that opening side for both these squads. I do give a fair chance to Obliviate to kind of have an advantage in the micro mechanics that we so know and love.
Yeah, these squads are switched. It was actually Obliviate to win the knife. For everybody who seemingly recognizes a couple of these names, they came from Danish League 2, and they are going to choose that CT side after winning it. So our sides are going to stay the same as they are right now. Our knife round is about to kick underway. And Obliviate getting the CT side, that's a good notion for them. Tricked had some issues on the T side of Mirage back when they played earlier. And I gotta say, I think they're in an okay position. But you, again, need to come out of the gate swinging. I'm looking at my notes, and it was seemed to take the first pistol and the second pistol. So Tricked need pistol round wins.
Yes. It needs to happen. It has to happen, and with that early rush, it seems to have worked. So far, Opala at least still swinging for the fences here, and that is a very, very quick plant with a deep spread into the site. Fride is going to go ahead and try and take a swing as well, getting one, but now getting tagged down here in mid, trying to fight off against Tech, and that's rough. That's a full clip wasted on both ends, and that's one that you don't write home about.
No, you don't want to talk about that one again. But they're smoke diffusing this. Grumpy gets 2. Oh no, that may just be the round. Obliviate win it off a smoke diffuse. Foskern will just clean things out, and Grumpy with a 3K in the end. That was clean to say the least there from Obliviate. The retake was quick, and they had the kit, they had the smoke, and, well, the classic smoke diffuse was there. Most importantly, Tricked did get that bomb down, so we're going to see a force buy here. This is probably the most important round you can note. I think a little bit more than the pistol round, because whoever loses, their economy's broken. There's some good damage earlier on, and Harcher with the scout misses. Oh no, that cannot happen.
Nope, not at all. You had the opportunity to swing hard, and that's going to be a nade bounce and massive damage on the Tech. That's what happens when you stand on an HE, willingly or unwillingly. The question, of course, though, how are they going to play this? Last time, Obliviate, I think the right call was to give sight, you know, and I think that's something that I wish teams did a bit more often is when you realize you're kind of outgunned, need to fall back, don't give a space for you to lose a member. That's what Obliviate did, and if they continue to do this, if Trick decide to push fast in those scenarios, I think that's a great call to make. However, here Trick are taking it slower. A swing to the left, though, would have saved Kengen's life. Hartra is also going to fall. Frite is now going to fall as well. That'll be Trick Esports on this bye round, feeling way, way stronger. All right, so far I know who we each bet on, but I think time to light. You had the right response. Trick firing off the gate.
Yeah, Obliviate, even with that pistol round win, it was a smoke diffuse. That's the notable part. Oh, congratulations, Grumpy got 3 kills, but you need to be able to push in and have that consistency. A pistol round win is really just some momentum, but if a bomb's planted on the T side, then it's stripped away from you. Here's a bonus round for Tricked. They will have whatever rifles they picked up and or brought in from the previous round, plus whatever they bought through just this time around. Tech will have that AK, and it's the push onto B, but it's a B stack just the same. In comes this push, but the stack is here. Kang gets the first one, looking for some more. There's one. Tech with a second as well. The spray transfer's there, and Apollo with 2 of their own. It's Fritz in a 1v4, and I see no way as to which Frit wins this. It's It's so difficult. A Deagle up against rifles entirely won't even get first kill. Ruben will shut it down, and Tricked will take their second round.
Yeah, this is that one, of course. Yes, we understand Obliviate. We're on that save round. That's to be expected. It was a clean house, though, right? Tricked Esport need these rounds. I think we said it before. They need to be able to come off hot at the beginning, and they need to kind of ride that wave forward. And on the T side, no less, this is the perfect way to do it. Now, once again, another round where it's only Pistols and Obliviate are going to have to play off of a loss here. I mean, yeah, you don't even get a chance, right? This is a hard sprint towards mid. It's going to be seen very, very quickly by Ruben, who only gets one, actually. So that is very surprising. It was up against 4. You would expect a headshot or 2, but it is only 1. So Obliviate going to run with 3 and try and get one more.
Yeah, damage was done, though, so that's, again, the round over. Tricked will pick up their third. The question is, does Grumpy save that? Galil, the answer, yes, but Apala actually falls. Fritty getting that frag. Fritty, I'm going to mispronounce that all day. I'm going to apologize in advance, but Obliviate, that's another rifle in their favor, assuming it's saved over in the end. Tricked having some economic damage done, but 3 players alive is still a strong showing, even against this really save entirely. Niflox should stay alive in this back corner. They will in the end. And there's the round you need. That's a bouncy flash. That's cool. I'm stealing that for matchmaking. But Obliviate, here comes their main round. Here is that bonus I was talking about.
Yeah, this is going to be the tell-all be-all, right? And I will admit, if Tricked win this one, I think they're going to go on a massive round spree, right? Obliviate have to stop this in their tracks, and Tricked are running off of steam, so where do they go, right? How are they going to play this? It looks like it's a deep cover from Obliviate. They're not even challenging mid or Sniper's Nest. They are going for that optimal A mid B, sorry. Trying to figure out exactly where those sites are. And that's what they're doing, right? This is a deep cover spread, the default setup, and Tricked are feeling confident because of that, right? No challenge into mid. Cool. That means A is going to be the swing. However, Ruben does meet a bit of resistance over on A site.
My goodness, this is such a difficult scenario. Look at this boost coming through. Grumpy's on the right side, though. If Grumpy gets the kill here, that's just Tricked, ruined. Apollo's jumping and will fall because of it. The spray transfer not there, though. Striker turns it back by 1. But everybody on Tricked is half or low. Tech and Niflox 59 each. Striker at 28. The HP is not there, to say the least. And oh no, Kang even sees 1. Is going to look for more, but this is just going to have to be a B push entirely. I don't even think it's going to get much.
Yeah, this is a very low chance of kind of making it out here. Fusker able to take 1. Tech fires back, though. And remember, you only need 1 HP to still fire back in this game, and that's something I think Tricked are holding on to. They make it even. Now can they get more? The momentum's now shifted back on them, but they still have to get the plant down. That's the force that they're waiting for. Tech is going to go for the plant. A very nice flashbang does get it clean. It's just like that. Tricked now in control.
Yeah, the bomb's planted. Oh, Striker even gets a kill. Frite has to push through here, and the crossfires there. 1 towards Get Right, 1 around towards the bench, and Tech will finish it off. Tricked with 4 in a row. Obliviate still have some cash, lost bonus building up and all, but these are just some clean shots coming through. Grumpy and Frite each with 1, but after that, it was such a struggle. Striker, with the help, just finished things off, and Tricked showing up here on Mirage yet again.
Yeah, this is 100% stronger than I expected them to come out, right? And again, I am, you could call me a negative person when it comes to mental attitude and how you maintain yourself throughout the days. But Tricked are defying my expectations. They're showing off that first game of the day didn't really mean much. It was a close match. It gave them the energy to try and finish things here. It's almost a redemption arc for them. And it's for a few members that I really want to keep eyes on. Tech being the top one up there, the one that I really want to give a lot of credit to. Where he does fall here after getting 1 frag. Striker is another one who put up massive numbers there in OT and beyond. And then Apala and Niflux as well following past. And Ruben to boot. All of them has something to prove here as a bomb goes down here around 6.
Frite in another clutch situation, this time against 3 players, and Striker's in such a precarious position. Locking down the ladder, and the peek in, actually, that's Frite picking up the frag. Unfortunately for Obliviate, it won't mean he pushes, unless he goes from apartments around towards the site. But with the time continuing to tick off, it's just not going to happen. He's going to chill towards TV, and the round concludes. Tricked with 5 in a row. The money continually being in their favor, and you can see exactly why. It's just Obliviate struggling.
Yeah. Well, Trite said, all right, we won the round. Let me pop down with a little bit of TV. You know, it's going to be a calm time as they move on over to a 4-round lead. They're hoping for a bit more. Once again, weapons hot for Obliviate. They will come out swinging hard. That's a loss bonus of, I believe I saw 3,400. I think we're starting to hit max here for Obliviate. So either way, we're always going to see a buy, whether it's with the utility or not.
1 to 5, Obliviate struggling. Pistol round, the only thing they've picked up thus far. Tricked are looking good though. They've had some consistency. They've won some gun rounds, and they're looking for some more. Niflox is going to smoke off this apartment side, and it's really just a fake. There are 2 players on the side, 2 more in mid, and you can see this push is coming through on A. In comes said push, and you can see exactly why. That's a nice Molotov, though. It will delay at least some. Striker pushes forward and does not care. Probably should, though. Down to 36 health, and Frite will exploit it. There's the 1-for-1 trade. Niflox pushing through mid is going to continue to push, and you can see exactly why. There's another 1-for-1 trade. It's trades galore, but you can see there's a split down the middle. A site is given over, and the bomb is planted.
Yep. But remember last time Obliviate were in this situation, even if it was the same, 3-on-3, 4-on-4, they had the entry, the retakes down pat. This time might work, but you swing a bit wide and you don't check your corners, and it feels like that is going to be the game ender. Grumpy trying his best to tag out 2 more. The HP is dropped and able to hit a little bit of tech as well. But it's a swing wide, swing left. Can you guess correctly? Peak 1. You do get the kill, but can't finish off tech. Tech with the barrel stuff. And I'm loving that term here. You've heard it from me so many times. But it is a barrel stuff when you don't even need the scope.
Yeah, and it's just holding W in, honestly. Apollo, here's a nice shot. There's a nice crossfire as well. Grumpy gets 1. Unfortunately, unable to get the second. Had the ammo to do it, just not the ability. Tech, again, there you go. And there is another round in favor of Tricked. Tech does go down to 11 HP, though, so that is notable. But it's just so very close. Obliviate, they're looking okay. I'm not gonna say they're looking good or bad, because it's not really been massive rounds in favor of Tricked, but here may be just one. In comes this push onto B. Busker can't see a dang thing. You can see exactly why. Niflox will shut him down, and there's the B site given over already. You may again see another save from Obliviate.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it, right? Yes, you have that loss bonus, but at this point, you just want to carry the weapons. The only one that I would like to see charge in is Kengan, right? Sitting with a deagle. Try and take 1 more person out. Just try. Send in. Go Hail Mary. At least try and get 1 more. If you find tech, great. You even get the op off, right? That's the thing that you're hoping for. And I can agree, right? This little cheat here is going to be an exit frag opportunity on Striker. Maybe? No, Striker's going to hide it back in the corner. He's fine.
Yeah, Striker doesn't have to move. And you can see now Kang has to back away, save the deagle, save a little bit of armor. And there's the round going the way of Tricked. 7-1 on the board. That's 7 in a row, by the way. I just want to quickly point that out. But here's just such a clean round from Tricked. Honestly, you had just such a clean push. You lost the opening frag. And they realized, oh, okay, let's just push as a team. They play as a cohesive unit. And that's one thing that we didn't see as much in that first map of Mirage that they played. But it's something that we're seeing now, and it really matters right now.
Yeah, it does. And I will tout it as much as possible. Tricked are defying my expectations here in week number 1. I'm so glad to see him playing like this. But Grumpy has a little bit of a word to say. Takes out Niflox with an HE. Obliviate is going to be happy about that opening frag. Need to do it 1 more time, though. One of their crucial members that they got to find is Tech. Where is he located currently? He's located over here in the top wing of apartment. What else can you get? If you can take him out, you take out that all-important weapon. Tricky Sport, of course, saying, well, we're not giving that up. We saw the bomb. Apollo trying to sweep out A. Can't get more than a kill.
Oh my goodness. Frite gets that kill, but is naded down. Frite needs to move, and needs to move quickly. Doesn't do so. Ruben, a clean Molotov. That will spread as far as you like. And now it's the 2 versus 3. Tricked aren't in an awful situation, but I've seen better, to say the least. Need to get some quick pushes, and there's a nice flash. Ruben doesn't get the frag, though. Another flash should come in from the back line, but Tech has run out. That's an issue. Ruben needs to move and will not do so in time. Tech in a 1v3 with an op in hand. This is such a struggle situation for Trick now, as Obliviate look to push their way back into this. Flashbang over, Tech misses the first one, and that's just the round. Obliviate finally make their way back into this map. They will put a second round on the board, and not break the bank of Tricked by any means, but they'll start their way back in by the least.
Yeah. And one round is not, we wouldn't say a consistent start, right? To say that the rounds have officially been broken, I feel, is you need at least 2 in a row. You need 2 or 3, and that gives you a little solid piece to work with, so Obliviate still had the work to cut out for them. I also see something in Niflox's inventory that I have not seen quite some time in competitive play.
Well, I don't know if you call matchmaking competitive play, but I was ruined by a P90 2 days ago. This guy continued to hold W's, bane of my existence. It's extremely difficult to play against if you do it correctly. That's a nice nade, though. That'll do a decent bit of damage. And Niflox holding that P90 will just hold W out. And you can see exactly why it's so effective. No, he doesn't get the fight win, and that'll cost him. Grumpy gets the trade back, so it's a 2-for-1, at least thus far. There's Tech, though, with the frag. Hartram, what? There's a flick. 45 degrees just coming across his screen. And Ruben will turn one back, though, and oh no, Tech has fallen. It's Hartra locking down the B site. The ultimate gatekeeper just to clean it out and does not care. Obliviate put another on the board, but Hartra with the triple kill comes through, and that's what you need out of your op.
100% Trick just had a flashback to game number 1. That flick was so dirty. This one, it's there, right? It's there. But the first one was chef's kiss all the way through. That was nutty to say the least, and then he immediately misses the mid.
There's a nice. Oh no, he misses two.
No, he missed 2. I'm dead. I'll see you later.
It's over. That's his game right there. Demoralizing to say the least. That's gotta hurt. You hit 2 insane shots, and then you miss the broadside of a barn sitting in front of you. Oh my gosh, that's gotta hurt. Trick Esports will pick up this round. It looks like a save already. The bomb inevitably will be planted. It's gonna take them seemingly forever to do so, but just crossing their T's, dotting their I's on the Trick Esports side, that's what you love to see.
And to be clear about everything that we just said there is not a chance in hell or heaven that I could hit the shots that Hartra did. But to watch that high of highs drop to the lowest of lows is one that can only be commended and taken a look at. So, again, please do not say that casters play better. We do not most of the time. So, yeah, unfortunately, Hartra will lose that weapon. Will unfortunately fall back, and I do believe that actually sets a little bit of a soft reset on a little bit of the loss bonus. Won't probably be the 3,400 each time. But will be enough, right? A majority share of Obliviate should still be able to buy up probably the M4s and just run forward with that. Trick Esport, though. Yeah, this is so mean of our observers. Those 2 swings right there. That hurts so much. All right, and I like it. Hartra's just like, bruh, like something's wrong with my mouse. I got to take a tech timeout. Give me a sec.
Yeah, that's. I'm not gonna say I could hit those the shots we saw in the round 2 prior, but those are one of those 30-degree windows. That's gotta hurt, and those are the shots that need to be hit. If he missed the first shots in round number 10, math is hard. Yeah, round number 10, yes. I would completely understand that. I'd understand, hey, you can't hit those shots every time. It's awesome that he did that time, but in the following round to miss the shots that you should be hitting, that's gotta hurt. That's all I have to say on the subject, at least for the time being. But Obliviate, They dropped that round, and after those missed shots, it's unsurprising. You lose your opper, and you lose a lot of ground because of it. It's one of those, it interrupts your rotations, it interrupts your really stream of play that you're used to, and Tricked exploit it. And full props to Tricked for just pushing through. They understand, hey, Hardtrick cannot continue to do that round after round, and they realize, okay, we'll exploit it. And they just walk into the op, the flash, and the push into mid, just forcing Hardtrick into such a difficult position. That was a challenging scenario, and there will be another op bot for him. Hardtrick will get that op bot through. No head armor, though. Will most likely be utility and a kit, if I had to assume, but you never know.
Yeah. And honestly, I personally do think that's all Hardtrick needs, right? If it's a do or die situation, I think this is a perfect time to do it. There's no real, I want to say, horrendous loss. You're still in the first half, and the most at this point that we would see Tricked Esport land on is 12, and I don't think Obliviate are going to let it get to that point. Maybe a 10-5, right? 10-5 would be understandable. And with the double Molly situation, it feels like Obliviate have started to be able to get a little bit of a handle where some of these plays are coming through on, so we are going to see a little bit of a swing, though. Take a look here in mid in tons. Do see 1T trying their hand at a sneaky play mid.
Yeah, in comes the execute, though. There's one under, and look at that. Apollo gets one, but no. Striker was flashing. Freeday will exploit it. There's the 2-for-2 trade. In the end, it turns 3 versus 3, and Niflux in mid. Oh, no. Hardtrick caught off guard, and that's got to hurt. Niflux will leave a Molotov off that position, and just locking down connector. The bomb is planted, and there's so much time for these players to push. Grumpy does get one. Fuskern looking to push through. This is not over. They're both players in CT, though. That's one notable thing. You never expect both players to be in an opposing position. This nade may hit, and it'll do a decent bit of damage. You can see, actually, no, it misses. Oh, that's got to hurt. And it's planted for default. You can see there's the first peek. There's the 1-for-1 trade. Fuskern actually expects it. He thinks both players are there, and he expects correctly. Fuskern will get the kill, and there's time on the clock. Obliviate will put a 4th round on the board.
Ooh. That's a round and a half that Obliviate are just like wiping their brow off, right? You can see the immense chaos that was laid down as soon as those first shots went out, and Trick just could not keep up. That was an unfortunate time for them. And as stated, Obliviate are not going to let this go to a massive double-digit scoreline just yet. They're currently sitting just at about 11. Is now looking like the number that Tricked are trying to hit, or maybe a 10-5 because you don't want that 11-4 curse put on your head.
Yeah, but if I'm Tricked here, I'm happy already. Tricked played so well against that Asim squad, especially on their CT side. Hartra and Kang, nice openers. So there's that 3 versus 5 already. Tricked have to go up against. I'd say if they can get 9-6, then you're looking good. But they had 9-6 on their CT side against Asim, who, in my opinion, played a little bit better than Obliviate has so far. I mean, there's always time to come back, but it needs to happen quickly, and there's a way to do it. Fuskern's even holding on this cross angle. There's the crossfire coming through. And Tex in a 1 versus 5, he even jumped. There's the information. 60 seconds to try and save this up. And Orbital, I don't know if you watched the major, but it's Jame time.
It's just... I hate that reference so much, but it's so true, and I think it is. However, now it's double Jame time, as both of these players might actually meet if they take, I think, quite literally 3 more steps forward. But I don't think Tricked is going to do that. I don't think Tech is going to make that risk. Again, Obliviate making great work there in managing to maintain some level of consistency here on the CT side. If they do clean this one up, this also means that the next 2 rounds should be complete bye rounds for them, and they'll be really happy about that.
See, Hartra, as time continues to tick away, just trying to maybe find Tech, who really needs to save this. You could see go exclamation point from Facecat in the background, but no, it just won't happen. Tech will save the op. 60 seconds is a long time to keep that, but you really cannot blame this Obliviate side for not wanting to push. They don't have the money to do so. They will now, as you can see, 4 players stay alive, but Tricked on the other side, it's a save round for them. Actually, no, I lied. Tricked are going to win this round because they have a hero rifle. I'm sorry, it's going to happen.
It's the biggest hero rifle as well. It's the only hero rifle that you have to worry about. It's quite literally all you have. It is the op. Just send it, right? Just send it. Or wait again and get more Jame time in. We don't know. Of course, the opening is going to be running straight into that A site. We are watching as Niflox is waiting, but Kangen just says nope. That's going to be 3 mowed down very, very quickly as Niflox and Tech go, what the heck just happened?
Yeah, Tech will fall, and it's Niflox in a 1 versus 4. There is a Glock in hand, so there is a possibility, but I've seen better odds on Astralis versus bottom 500 teams, so I don't know. It's just not gonna happen. You can see even the little blue line that goes across. There's a little bit of red at the end. That's the firepower difference. That's how much of an advantage the game gives Obliviate here. And the push will come through. Kang is looking the wrong way, so that's one notable thing. This could happen. If he catches the timing on 4 different players and even gets the bomb down, I'd be surprised, but he's going to crouch walk into the op line of sight. Grumpy will clean out the round, and Obliviate have brought it within 2.
Yeah. I would expect it to be another as well, right? Yes, you had the save, but I don't think it's going to be enough for Trick to be able to purchase that big ticket. So yeah, you're taking a look here. It's probably going to be the AK. A little bit of a softer for Tech, who had saved the round before, I believe, so wasn't able to fully purchase out. Sitting with 600 still in the bank. It should be manageable, though. Trick still want to sit on that 9-6. Be able to run forward, and it's going to be the sprint and a half. Grumpy says no more running for you in the hallways.
Shut down, the hall monitor coming through in the catwalk position, just looking down from above, or in that case, on the horizontal plane. Nonetheless, the fight was won, and Obliviate take the opener. Hardstra another as well. Relentless with the op. And the most important thing is Obliviate don't break that vent. So if there wants to be any flank coming through, it has to make noise. There are 3 players just waiting on this B side. Ruben's walking into A, and is yet to be seen. The peek over top, he will be seen. Kang will get the kill. And that right there, I think, gives Obliviate 7. There's no way Striker and Tech can bring back the 2 versus 5. It's possible, but the odds are stacked against them.
Odds may be stacked, but Smokes tended to negate a few of those facts, and that has given them at least 1. They need at least, I would say, 2 more to really offset any of those dangerous scenarios. And I mean, if you want to get one of those sneaky plants in, but with 4 alive, it's so difficult too. So at least 1 site will have a little bit of noise. Oh, and the molly's going to slow it down even more. That's only going to leave about 10 seconds to try and get on this site. And with a hard rotate, I don't think it's going to happen. Obliviate are going to have 1 final shootout. The hard sprint from Striker wants to find it, gets 1, almost gets 2, but Fuskern says no thank you at all. Tech is dancing in between. 10 seconds left. Hail Mary it. They're going to send it. That's going to be shot 1. Are you going to get shot 2? Nope. They're going to hide because they don't care. Round in, swing wide, and that'll be the round. Obliviate wait it out and secure a 1 round disadvantage. Moving into the second half.
It is not over. Tricked Esport were up 8-2, 8-1. They were on top of the world, to say the least. But as the sides switched, Tricked will only have that 1 round advantage. The sides have switched, by the way, so Obliviate, yeah, there we go. Magic. Just, I feel like I could just speak it into existence, and by that I mean thank you, Facecat.
Yeah, production makes us look so good, and we take all the credit. It's like,
oh
dang.
Yeah.
Oh man, I think I don't know. It was weird, but we won't get into that. That's all tech work. It's nothing any of the viewers that came here for CS:GO want to hear about. We want to hear about these wraparounds that Ruben could not complete, as Grumpy says. I heard ya.
It's a 5 versus 4. Tricked are on the back foot, and in yet another pistol round, they're not looking good. That's the issue they've continually run into. The notable thing is they do have that smoke diffuse potential on Striker. Everybody else with armor in the back foot, I gotta say, it has to be a quick play from Obliviate if they want to have a good shot at this. It looks to be a mid to A play. It's exactly what we're gonna see. Jungle smoked off, in comes the push, flashbang over. Striker should be blind, but isn't in the end. The push is coming through though, and Striker's about to be overwhelmed. No armor, and very little chance at this. They have to play retake, and they're waiting for the team to come through. You can see, just waiting in CT, that bomb is planted. The retake has to come through quick.
They are going to rush it a little bit. They're full stacking over here on the long side of A. They're just going to take their chance. A 5-man squad is now going to slowly be picked off. Tech is going to find one, but it's still in favor of Obliviate. They're knocking him down like dominoes with that smoke up. Can they find it, though? This might be the cheeky one. Nope. Hard try and Freet just say, stop messing around. That happened once. It won't happen again.
It almost happened. It was close, but Obliviate will pick up both pistol rounds, and Tricked are facing up against a team that has picked up both pistols in both of their maps on Mirage. Tricked are 0 for 4 today on pistols, and that's something you have to work on. And it's a scary scenario. That's a clean smoke, by the way. Hello. Can somebody show me the lineup to that one? Send me a YouTube link, something along those lines, because I need that.
Need all the lineups, please. Give us all of them, please. Oh man, I forgot. There used to be some very interesting bounces that if you connect some of the corners, it just launches like a smoke somewhere. And you're just like that defies all physics that are ever there. I forgot where that was, but that might have been all the way back in Source when the game was a little bit more glitchy, which was fun.
TLDR, Orbital's a boomer. Alrighty.
Yes, I am. Absolutely, I am ancient.
Obliviate in this scenario, this is a must-win round, but it's still the 4 versus 4, and Striker still has a Galil in pocket. Surprisingly, still is wielding that Deagle in hand. I don't know why, but here's a smoke that will lock out that catwalk position and allow the A split. Here comes that push, and Ruben can't see a dang thing either. It's so difficult for them to really do anything here. Striker is going to have to do something. Ruben locking down this window, but again, there's that Molotov, and Striker's down to 40 health. Tech was playing Firebox, but won't even get a kill. And that right there may spell the end of the round. Fuskern gets one, Fuskern gets a second. It's down to Niflox in a 1v4. 2 players are low, but it's still a difficult scenario.
Oh, Tricked Esport are having deja vu now. It's not fun. Oh man, they're feeling the weight of this game slowly leaning on them. And I understand it's only the second round of the half. It's nothing to be said too far, but this is almost exactly the same scenario. Strict Esport up a little bit, and then Asim came back, started running the gauntlet a little bit. And if it needs to be said, Obliviate have come back in grand stature, right? A very slow, methodical, thought-out process of how do we win this game? How do we start coming back in this? And what are Tricked going to do? Obliviate feeling pretty good about their chances to maintain their lead.
Yeah, you said you're getting deja vu, but that team no longer plays in the Danish Prime League. For everybody who's new here, Deja Vu was the top-ranked team going into playoffs last season. They ended up falling. Dream was the champions in the end of it. But Tricked looking to try and take up that mantle. And I gotta say, here's a good strat. It's the old walk as a team and straight to your demise as well. There's Kang just locking down the angle. There's the double stray down, but it is that 2 for 1. In the end, it's not the end of the world. Tricked, if they get a Galil away and they just walk around and try and save that rifle, they're in a good position.
Well, yeah, they kind of are. But Niflock or Frite had their number punched down to 1. A couple more shots go through, and it's a gun for gun right now.
Ooh.
That's going to be the finisher, so that, I believe, is going to be a full house of kills. Going into Obliviate's pocket, now spreading the rounds thinner. You can see it right there, fantastic palace hold.
Tricked, now it's time. It is time to deny the bonus round coming through. But Obliviate, they really just full buy into this. You can see Grumpy actually has the MAC-10, Frite with that aforementioned Galil, everybody else with an AK in hand. So Ruben trying to take some away, waiting for a flash. This needs to be a peek, but no flash. It's just a dry peek and one that goes his way. He gets the first frag, but is taken out just as quickly. Grumpy will get the frag and grab that AK. So Obliviate, in the end, honestly, I wouldn't say come out on top of the trades, but it's not the end of the world for them just the same. Tricked, on the other hand, that's, again, I'm not going to give anybody the advantage.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing their hearts out here again. So far, 18 rounds played. And only more to come. That's adding to the multitude of rounds they've played before. I think we were talking about it's like 44 rounds that they played total before. So almost another half of a game. Obliviate, of course, taking a very, very quiet route. They're trying to dip back. You could see Frite, who I believe is the lurker here, is taking a little bit of a swing. That's going to be cat smoked off. Flashbangs all the way through, but Tech says you can't flashbang that.
Oh, and he gets another as well. As the smoke blooms, he gets another frag. Looks for another pop shot, but cannot get it. This round looks all but over. Fride gets one, actually, and gets some more damage onto Tech. This is not over. As I say that, the bomb's getting planted. This is the 2 versus 3. It will be a retake scenario. Kang cannot push back towards the van. The Molotov does not allow that position. They cannot boost up into the apartments either with the angles being held. This push has to come through, and it has to be with some speed. Frite on top of the ninja position, just waiting and locking down the angle. Gets one, but that's all he'll receive in terms of frags here in this round. Kang locking down the long angle, though. It's an off angle at that. Needs to reposition. Finds one, but will not find the kill on them. Apala will shut out Obliviate and will pick up Tricked's Esports first round here in the second half of play.
Not a moment too soon. Obliviate wanting to move on to 11 and 9. They want to keep moving forward as quickly as possible, and they still have the gun advantage to do so. Tricked actually working with a budget buy on Niflox and Striker, 2 MP9s, I believe. So that will probably be a little bit of a close quarters battle in the top left. Go ahead, check out on that number 7 and 8 players. That's where your SMGs are, and that's where the close quarters combat is probably going to be showing up.
I'm looking out for them. I see one under Palace, which makes perfect sense, and the other sitting out towards the back of B, which honestly also makes sense. Unfortunately, neither of them are correct. It's going to be a mid-push, at least for the time being. Flashbang towards connector that will allow the peek through and allow the exit of the underpass. Obliviate have been good at taking mid-control, but this is the first real gun round. If Obliviate can take this, they break the money of Tricked, and honestly just ruin their day. There's the first frag. Apollo will fall. That's one of the 3 rifles they had, and honestly one of the most important, as Apollo has been one of the real standout players for the squad.
All-star players are starting to show here in week number 1, but you got to keep that up all the way through if you want to be known far and wide. Ruben and Tech showing off a little bit of skill of their own. Tech so far racking up 17 frags here in 19 rounds. Fuskern wanting a little bit more is going to flush out the MP player, and Striker and Tech going to finish off a few more just like that. Obliviate down to 1, and Mkangan might not have that angle again. You got to take out 3, and with everyone holding each other's backs, it's going to be so difficult. You knife out straight into Ruben, who takes that chance in a heartbeat.
Perfect scenario there for Tricked. 2 players, generally the same angle, and unfortunately, Kang not expecting it. Finds one, not the second, and will fall in the end. Obliviate now, the ones with financial hardships. You can see, I don't even know what kind of buy this is. Fride had some extra money, Grumpy did as well, so it's a spotty buy at most, a half if you please. Hartra flashed out, and here comes a push. There's one, looking for the second. Fuskern gets it as well. What just happened? Tricked Esports are falling apart. Niflox brings one back, but it's still this 4 versus 3, and there's still 2 rifles on this Obliviate side.
Out of nowhere, it's just Obliviate going, all right, we got to turn things on its head, let's do it, and they come out firing. I do believe it's actually been a while since they actually challenged mid here in the second half, so I can see that being kind of one of the reasons it did occur, and I really do like it, right? Swap up your style. How are you going to play things? How are you going to make a difference here? Right now, with the swing and a half, this is going to be a very tough hold by Niflox. He does not hear anyone just yet. Should see some movement here shortly. There's going to be the sprint. All the noise in the world. Tech is going to help out as well. And it's going to be enough. Tricked Esport call the rotation. Are going to lock down some pains, but Grumpy Is Grumpy going to be able to hold them off? It's a scout versus an op, and I give a lot of leverage to that op.
Yeah, but everybody's 1 HP virtually as well, especially up against that scout. A single shot hits, and that's your round over, at least for the time being. Grumpy looking to peek around. You can see Striker's low. Shot does miss. A mistimed one at that. Looking for another, cannot find it. He needs to pick an angle, yet to do so, and you can see he needs to do it quickly. Kang holding the left side, and oh my goodness, that's a save. It's a save round for Tricked, and they drop it. In a round they probably should have picked up. A save round or a half buy-ish at best for Obliviate. It's dropped for Tricked, who don't have the money now.
All's quiet on that front as Obliviate bathe in their win. They probably feel like they didn't earn it at all because it felt so monstrous. That hold by Niflux and Tech was solid. But Grumpy, with that scout, was able to lay a little bit of fear into Tricked Esport, and they give it up. So now, what can Tricked Esport buy? You can see the swing a little bit tough. Opala, I'm not sure what was purchased. Probably just a Deeg, so it's 2 Deegs, and then a few extras along the way. It's not a buy that you really want to hedge your bets on, as the spray down from Ruben actually ends up backfiring.
Ruben makes it out, though. That's the most important part. Niflox does not, and Hartra, just another frag coming through. As much as I've said Hartra's name, he's only 11 and 14, which is honestly a little surprising, but the rest of the team seemingly picking up the slack where it's given. Obliviate need to make a decision, though. Do they go over towards this B side, or do they try and push the A point? There's the smoke all the way over towards the window, so mid is denied for Tricked. At that same point, Obliviate are trying to take it, and they do.
Yep. They're going to swing wide, and once again, the mid play I think is starting to work a little bit more. Kangan now holding down that angle, and just trying to find some options. So far, Tricked Esport, they're playing a little bit fast and loose. You can see it's a defensive play, and now with the hard lurk coming out, Opala dances back, gets some information. Loud noises over here on the A site, so big call to bring 4 over. They're going to take their chances here in a 5v4.
Striker's boosted up. This will deny anything right of that main box, and the smoke will do absolutely nothing. Obliviate have gambled A. Are they going to gamble correctly? It's going to be the plant behind triple, and it's a perfect scenario. 3 players in CT cannot do anything. There is still 1 up in Palace, so that's a good position, but it may just be denied by that connector rotation. Apala looking to peek down. Kang is not next to that ladder. It needs to be a quiet drop, but Kang yet to even peek, and it may not matter. Apala is dropped from that connector rotate, and Tech is in a 1 versus 5, is getting flanked as well. This round is over, and the money's being stripped away here from Tricked. Tech needs to peek and peeks incorrectly. The second shot misses as well. Kang will shut them down. Obliviate double their lead, go up 12-10, and break the bank of Tricked Esport.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts so much. And you know, Trick don't have that much to work with right now. You have to think of it objectively, right? Obliviate is slated to win this game, or win this round. Okay, so that puts them at 13-10. Can we hold out after a 13-10, even if it goes to 14-10? From there, you calculate upwards. It's all about the math game here. Now, how much can we give? What can we give? And the other side is also, we wouldn't have to worry about money if we just won the rounds. Ruben going very deep, and a swing wide nets him. Almost a kill, but with 3 D shots clipping shoulders and body, it's not enough to finish off Hartra.
Grumpy trying to play the angle over top of this smoke, trying to use it as a one-way. Doesn't see anybody, and you can't really blame him for it. Tricked. This is a round where you try to do economic damage, disallow the buildup of money on the CT side, or on the T side, my apologies. And the only person to really do anything at this point is Striker inside of the apartments. I think that's Striker. It's either Striker or Tech, one of the two. But inside of the Palace, it's so difficult for them to do anything because, well, look at everybody on Obliviate. It's really a 1 versus 5 on this site, assuming they try and go that way. It is Tech in the end, but Obliviate just need to gamble, and so far, they're looking to do so correctly.
They won with some very nice pairs, at least, and, you know, even if a pair has the low end, they're making it work, and sometimes they can turn to the full house, the flush, or whatever you want to call. So, taking a look here. They are going to take that chance. A little bit of a swing wide. Grumpy couldn't get up in time, but it is enough. They mow down 3, one after another, and finish it off. Obliviate at 13 and 10. They are one step closer to taking that victory, and Tricked Esport, with money to spare, are going to attempt their second to last bye if these rounds continue. Obliviate, a shoe-in for that 16th.
I got a question. If Tricked don't win this, what's their options? They're going to be broke. They're going to have a loss bonus, yeah, but it's CT side. You need to build an economy. You need to have a kit. You need to have those smokes, flashes, Molotovs, nades, whatever you do, please. And most importantly, you need to have weapons. And if you continue to lose rounds like they have been, it's so difficult to continue to build up that economy. Whereas to the point, they're not going to have anything. Grumpy's going to push up into this connector position. There is no smoke behind them, so it's going to be a little challenging to be aware of both angles at the same time. Oh my goodness. Tricked, this is why we can't have nice things.
Spin around. Why am I not moving? Get out of my way. That's going to be a spin now, though. Apollo can't find anything. Free has been on a warpath here in some of those combination plays. Ruben, on the flip side, though, is able to manage a kill, whereas the Molly over on A unfortunately took a little bit of a rough bounce on Arch. That's going to leave it pretty stagnated as Obliviate is playing over towards that B side. Huge flashbang does catch 3. Hop in and out. Doesn't give Trick Esport any information, but that's going to be the smoke. They're going to charge right in.
Niflox needs to lock this down. The bench position is so important. Round and round again. There goes the smoke over. It will be a mistimed one, but one that disallows Tech in the slightest. Trying to lock down the window. In comes the push. Niflox needs to find one. Will find one. Looks for the second. Cannot get it. So here comes the play back in. Tech needs to get something, and he will as well. Striker to take out Hartra. There's the round that Tricked were looking for.
And it's swinging hard, and I like to see it. So that's actually a culmination of just unfortunate nades all around. That's the same clip emptying I think we saw at the beginning of the second half. It's just like, all right, well, I'll leave you to it. We will act like this never, ever happened. Unfortunately, our observer, I will always spot it. Thank you very much to our observer and producer. So, taking a look now, Obliviate 2 away from match point, 3 away from taking it home. They are now rushing. This has earned them rounds before, and Kengan makes it happen with 2.
It's over. There's the save already. Look how far away Tricked are running. This is now 45 seconds of do Obliviate want to push? That's the question you now pose. I think the answer is maybe send a player, and the richest player at that, maybe send Kang, who's already low. But after that, you don't want to commit way too much. Tricked will have a bye in the next round, assuming all 3 players stay alive. But if you lose 1, maybe even 2, it's over. It is done and dusted, and look how quickly Obliviate are moving forward.
Yeah. They are pushing this temple once again, and might get the spray down. Yep, you saw a foot, unfortunately, and Grumpy just says, nope, can't hang on to it. I would have found it much more entertaining if they just waited until the round ended and then shot him, but again, doesn't really matter here. Obliviate at 14, 11 for Tricked. Because of the round win, though, they're kind of stuck in no man's land. An Op and an M4A1S. Hero rifles to be held, but not exactly what you're going to enjoy. Depending on how they split this up, it could be a little bit difficult. This is going to be a mid to cat sprint. It's only one member can maintain. Spray and spray again. Ruben eats quite a bit of damage. Really, really didn't like that tag.
Yeah, Kang low early, so Obliviate not in a great position. Apollo looking to get aggressive, though, up this mid position. Flash as well. Look at that. Apollo already falls, and you're getting over aggressive. This cannot happen. Tricked Esport are looking, and, well, honestly, not looking good, and about to drop match point. Hartra looking to push forward, and I'm looking for a lot of things. One of those is Trick to win this round, because they need it.
And for that to happen, Tech has got to pull out some amazing shots here, right? This is the op game only because that happens whenever you don't have one. Hardra able to take out Niflox. Check every corner. And Tech decides to save once again. All right. Light, we are down to it. This is now match point. That is what Tricked are saying. They are saving the weapons over and saying, We're taking it all into that final game. We will push for a second overtime play and take our best shots there.
Striker, watching apps, trying to get an exit, but I don't think it's going to be given. I just don't. There's no reason for them to overpush this. You can go as far as the trash bags in the back, and you're good to go. Obliviate, give up match point. Grumpy does die, so that's one notable thing. Tech doesn't. That's even more important, but look at that. Nobody else will fall in the end. Tricked, need 4 in a row. And it's been so challenging for them to mount multiple rounds in a row later in games. We saw it against Esteemed. They put a couple rounds together. They got onto match point in regulation and then dropped 2 in a row. And then we saw them drop 3 in a row in OT number 3 just to lose Mirage the first time around. I have a scary feeling I'm getting some deja vu here, Orbital.
Well, you know what? It's not fully deja vu just yet. Or maybe it is, because Tricked sweep the mid and take out 3. Obliviate, not enjoying what just occurred. And Tricked looking like they're one step closer to that overtime that we saw earlier. They just got to find Friday and Fuskern. Fuskern is going to walk by and tag up with Frite, and they're going to challenge exactly where their teammates died. So probably playing off the fact that, hey, they feel like they cleared this spot. It should be safe to walk again.
Do you think it's going to happen? Do you think the 2 versus 5 to close it out is going to happen? It's possible, but there's only 2 players that are low, and you need to go through 2 different crossfires. If they can get 2 kills here and get a bomb plant, I think a 2 versus 3 with a bomb plant is possible, but nope. Striker will look across, we'll find one, and Opala will clean out the second. The round's over. Tricked stay alive for one more. It was close, but it's just not going to happen.
Yeah. It just can't. The good news is Obliviate, at least one of the members, has an immense stack of cash that they can still use. I believe that was Frite, was sitting on about $11,000 to buy with, and actually decided to chunk out for Hardtra here, who had to pick up some armor and some nades. So it's a full buy. Obliviate had plenty to work with, and Hardtra just wants it over with. Great tag. Fuskin finishes off Ruben as well.
Paula, 1 back though, so that's a notable feat. Looking for some more. Needs to find something, and Trick need to go hunting. I'm sorry, but you cannot just play on site. Obliviate have obliterated you on just about every site possible. There's a little pixel angle. That's the one I love, but Niflox, this is getting aggressive. This is what we're looking for. We've seen this before, but I think Fuskern has as well. Oh, I think he's seen him. I think they're aware of it. There's no there is a Molotov. Fuskern could clear that position and possibly just get the kill entirely. There's no smoke on Niflox. That could be the round right there.
It could, but Fuskern doesn't realize this. Oh, they haven't spotted it. If not, they would not look this way. He swings the wrong way. That's going to be the spray down. Niflox gets it, but he's going to have to reload. Hardtra is going to get the close range op shot, but it's evened up. That's all that Trick needed. The Tricky squad makes it happen, but Kangan evens it right back up. Bounce out and around. Kangan eats a lot of bullets to the butt, but Striker, one more alive. A hope and a dream. Striker needs a perfect setup to take these last 2 kills. Is he going to do it? Swinging wide, moving quickly, not trying to mask his sounds at all. Is actually pre-firing now, and that gives away his position. Obliviate finish off this round.
76 rounds of Mirage. That's what we've seen so far today, both of which end in Tricked esport losses. It's got to hurt. It has to be so painful. Niflox put up such a good fight. Honestly, the entire team did, but it just was not meant to be. In the end, Tricked Esport fall for the second time today, and Obliviate, they show up when they need to.
Yeah, and that was so much fun to watch, right? We said it at the beginning. We did see exactly what was going on. We said Trick need to come out of the gates swinging. They need to hit it hard, hit the ground running, and they did. For about 7 rounds, they ran it all the way up. And up to that point, it was great. We saw the makings of greatness. However, Obliviate came back. They said, hey, let's pace ourselves. We make sure we can try and read Tricked. and they took it home from there. So I think both predictions coming true is something to be noted moving on into the future weeks. Very, very excited to see what Tricked are able to do. Now, though, we will be getting an interview with one of the players of Obliviate, which will be very, very fun to talk about. But before that, we will go to a little bit of a short break. We like to do this to ensure that the player that we're bringing on is also excited for the interview, right? We want to make sure that they feel comfortable on this broadcast. So please do not go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few.
Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad man, she don't love money. She break hearts real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy. I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Oh, don't cover, don't get to your clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gonna me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Sure, yeah. Show me the car where you turn me on. Where you telling me you want me down.
Girl, show me how you jigger.
Pick it off. Why you tryna find the pieces when you lick it off? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. Where you telling me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad man, she don't love money. She break hearts real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy. I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you proper. Way you move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' let me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down, make it sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down.
Girl, show me how you jigger.
Pick it up. Why you tryna find the pieces when you lick it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? Yeah, you know that I'm bad. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad man, you she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Holding a couple, no get to you clean and proper. Way you move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' let me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down, make it sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down.
Girl, show me how you jigger.
Pick it up. Why you tryna find the pieces when you lick it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? Yeah, you know that I'm bad. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweeter, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad man, you she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. to resist, cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Go hold me tight, holding on tonight. Golden copper, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gonna me on your mind forever. Ever, thanks, baby. Turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. Who you telling me you wanted me down?
Girl, show me how you jiggle.
Pick it up. Why you tryna find the pieces when you rip it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? Yeah, you know that I'm bad. Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. Who you telling me you wanted me down? Done it. I done this before you falling. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. When it's been
Alrighty, welcome back. And of course, as you can tell, unfortunately, we do not have an interview. We did attempt to, but I believe the teams were okay with the turnout for the day, and we do appreciate it as, again, they gave us some phenomenal games on the day. One overtime OT3, and I think that's enough overtime for all 4 games total.
Yeah, I think, I don't think I've said this before. I think I've had enough Counter-Strike for the day. Nonetheless, we move on. If anybody is just getting here, I'm sorry, you've missed all the fun. You do still have the VOD, though. Go take a look at that. We talked about Counter-Strike for 4 hours. We've been here for a while, and there was a lot of fun. To start things off, Atlantic honestly just walked through SOA, which it was just 16-2. I'm sorry, it was so dominant from Atlantic. They came to play Esteemed Esports in our triple OT match of Mirage, take down Tricked Esports 25-23. Then Los Reyes, who we picked up midway on Nuke, just closed it out just the same. 10 of 12 rounds to clean out that map. 16-9 was the finish up against Sarah NB Group. And Obliviate shut down Tricked Esport for the second time on Mirage. 16-12. And unfortunately for Tricked, through 76 rounds of Mirage, they don't even get a single win.
I mean, it's something to think about. Week 1, of course, hits a little bit harder for some than others, but I think there's a lot to work on. As you said, a very strong team just unfortunately fell here at these last stages. They showed they have the endurance. Now they just got to get the win, and that will be something that I can't wait to see. That'll be really, really fun. Of course, we are going to be taking a look tomorrow at a little bit of the Norwegian League. Now, unfortunately, we have gotten some information. Unfortunately, there will be only one game to be played on that day, and that'll be at 20 CET, and that'll be between Vikings Esports and Major. Of course, no matter what, all the leagues will be very, very fun, and hopefully that match will be no different. So if you want to catch some more Leagues GG action, make sure to tune in at that time. However, we'll go ahead and close out the day here now. My name is Orbital. With me was Time to Light on production, was Deployer, as well as Noah running up those cameras, our lovely faces, as well as the in-game, making everything look so pretty for us. So huge shout out to our production staff, and we will say thank you so much to you viewers at home, and have a fantastic evening.
down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy. I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Oh, no cover, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever, ever. Thanks, baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya, show me the color where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down.
Girl, show me how you jiggle.
Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you rip it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show me the color where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this and the more I go. Cause you a bad man, she don't love money. She break hearts real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy. I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist. Cause I need ya, and it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Oh, no cover, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, I know you can love her. You gon' have me on your mind forever, ever. Thanks, baby, turn it down like a sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking out your mind. I know you like it how I rock take it all night. Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman. Wanna swim down to the deep end. Wanna know all my secrets, honestly. Can you keep it real? Cause honestly, I can tell that you're real fond of me. Baby, don't be shy, I can see it in your eyes. I've been running around. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Take it, baby, I ain't scared to take it. Oh, and maybe when I take it, oh, I feel it coming down too strong. Cause I want ya, and it's hard to resist cause I need ya. And it's hard, baby, yeah, cause I believe ya. Hold me tight, holding on tonight. Oh, no cover, no get to you clean and proper. Way I move, ain't no weekend lover. You gon' have me on your mind forever. Ever, nice, baby, turn it down, make it sweet and ready. Go slow, keep it nice and steady. Know that you've been keeping patience. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down.
Girl, show me how you jiggle.
Pick it up, why you tryna find the pieces when you lick it up? Why I like it when you sit it when you take it off? And you know that I'm bad. Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Too bad, I've been sticking on your mind. I know you like it how I rock it from behind. I know you stand it, how you taking all my time. Left, right, can you take it all night? Show ya. Show me the car where you turn me on. The way you tell me you want me down. Done it, I done this before you fall. I won't catch you, don't know I'm stalling. Cause you love to have them all crying. Calling me sweet, telling me you need me. But I'm from a city that's high school. I give them this anymore, I go. Cause you a bad money, she don't love money. She break grass real fast like conman.